dia jadi star player? Adakah hari ini dia jadi star player? Musim bunga 2022 takut kepada
sebab musim bunga pun telah berakhir. Kami telah bersedia untuk meneruskan perjuangan.
Tiada siapa yang boleh menghalang kami, kepulangan Sang Raja, untuk menuntut balik kegemilangan.
Former teammates.
Kini menjadi saingan. Who will be better?
Untuk pencapaian yang lebih tinggi. Kelahiran era yang baru untuk gagah menerus ke hadapan.
Pride of the nation. Defended by us.
Battlefield baru telah pun bermula.
Kali ini 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall
20 Julai 2022.
redONE.
Binabalik ang iyong nakikita na nga namin. The 50 ay Jamsi na by RSG Rex. Tuloy mo pa.
Camroot, meron pang 5. Pero Mika OP, alam na alam kung nasan si Iftar. Ba't ka nagpapanggap na bato? Ikaw pa yan na. Huwag lang mananakdown, HYVE. Take care. Kanina pa kayo bumabaril. Siguro konti na lang, pero si Mika OP ay bumaba na nga, mga kaibigan. Kasi nga gumagalaw na ang blue zone. 1 courtesy of Snipe. And right now, boom!
Now, paano kayo makakapagkap ng isang ating mga Geek Fam? Mantikap at harap-harapan na nga ito. Ulo to ulo, head to head. Sino kaya ang magwawagi sa ating Geek Fam at sa SMG? But yun na nga, HomeBois!
Wow!
Paripan to
PUBG Mobile version 2.1 new game mode, Ancient Secret Arise. Hey there fellow PUBG Mobile players, PUBG Mobile version 2.1 introduces the all-new Ancient Secret Arise themed mode. In this video, I'd like to walk you through some of the features of this update. Ancient Secret Arise. The new game mode is launched in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. You can select the 3 maps in ranked mode and switch between the classic and themed versions. Ancient Secret Arise introduces new gameplay and unique cutscenes. On Spawn Island in Erangel and Miramar, players will be greeted with a spectacular scene of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match begins, a sandstorm zone will appear on the battleground. Tap the minimap to locate it. Players stand a chance of stumbling upon the new Scarab Charm item when searching for supplies in the sandstorm zone. When a player is eliminated, a Scarab Charm can be used to return to the battleground. The Scarab Charm uses a recall tower attempt when activated. By taking advantage of a Scarab Charm, you'll be able to quickly return to the battleground and exact your revenge after being eliminated. They also allow you to be more aggressive early in the game, or launch preemptive strikes to get the upper hand. But keep in mind, Scarab Charms can only be activated within a certain time after the match starts. The item itself also only lasts a certain duration. You can check the remaining time by opening your backpack. Most importantly, during each match, each player can only pick up 1 Scarab Charm. The new version introduces a new feature, the Emperor Temples. Tap the minimap to view the 2 temple locations, time of activation, and travel paths. After the countdown ends, the Sand Giants carry the respective Emperor Temples along designated routes across the map. At the same time, the paths of the Giants will light up, forming quicksand paths. Approach a quicksand path to get more details about the Emperor Temple. Before the Sand Giant reaches the quicksand path, the stone slates along the path are inactive, and players cannot step on the slates to be transported to the temple. As the Sand Giant approaches the quicksand path, the slates will light up and become activated. Players can then step on the slate and be carried slowly up the quicksand path into the Emperor Temple. The Emperor Temple contains the Pharaoh's ceiling slates. Players can follow the golden path on the courtyard floor to advance into the temple and locate all 4 secret slates. Stepping on all 4 slates activates a door deep within the temple. Players can then advance to the heart of the temple and take a lift to the top floor, where they will face the Pharaoh's final trial, the Ancient Secret Guardian. Defeat the Ancient Secret Guardian to get awesome rewards that will help you achieve ultimate victory. Before the Ancient Secret Guardian is awakened, players can move freely between the temple and the battleground. However, players will not be able to enter the temple once the Guardian is away. Remember to time your entry into the temple to not miss out on the spoils. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are numerous Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins to be found across the battleground. Players can distinguish between the ruins based on the icons on the mini-map and by the statues at the entrances. Solve the ruin puzzles to obtain the treasure chest within. In the Jackal ruins, you'll see a stone pillar engraved with different symbols and levers on either side. Interacting with the left lever rotates the 2 bottom blocks of the pillar counterclockwise. Interacting with the right lever rotates the 2 top blocks of the pillar counterclockwise. Players must interact with the 2 levers until the symbols on all sides of the pillar are aligned to solve the ruin puzzle. When interacting with the levers, players can first focus on just one of the levers to rotate the blocks until 2 of the 3 symbols are aligned. Then, interact with the other one to control the already aligned blocks and match them with the 3rd symbol to solve the puzzle. In the Scarab ruins, players are required to destroy 4 scarabs hidden in the ruins. The scarabs could be scaling a wall or in the air. One of the scarabs can even conceal itself. In order to find them, besides closely scanning your screen, you can also detect their presence by the sound they make. The louder the sound, the closer they are. When a scarab is near your right, the sound will be concentrated on the right speaker. Conversely, if it's to your left, the sound will be concentrated on the left. When you are behind a scarab, the sound it makes will be louder than when you are in front. Use these sounds to your advantage to easily find the scarabs. While solving the puzzles, mummy warriors and guardian beasts lurking in the ruins will try to stop you. The mummy warriors are mobs with powerful melee attacks. They will often attack players in groups. When facing them, use their slow attack speed to your advantage and keep your distance. Wait for the right time to launch your attack. Compared to the mummy warriors, the guardian beasts are more difficult to deal with. Their large wings allow them to move swiftly in the air and dodge most attacks. They will dive and attack players while they are reloading. When you encounter them, use the ruined terrain to your advantage. Find cover from the guardian beasts' dive attacks and pick them off one by one with the sustained firepower of high-capacity weapons. Defeating mummy warriors and guardian beasts will also drop bonus items. Players will also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water after solving ruin puzzles or defeating ruin enemies, which can recover all your health and energy. Having Primordial Water in your arsenal as your mid-match boost or a secret weapon in the final circle will surely increase your odds of victory. Lots of scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the golden scorpions guarding the gates and claim the valuable supplies within. Scavenging has just got a whole lot easier. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up on shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant. Not only are there random item discounts, you can also avoid having to compete with other players in advanced supply zones. That's all for this video. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile's new game mode, please follow our official PUBG Mobile account. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Hi everyone, this is Blackpink.
We're so excited to be back in PUBG Mobile with tons of great surprises for all of you.
By the way, first ever Blackpink in-game concert will be held exclusively in PUBG Mobile starting on 22nd July. Don't forget to support us through the in-game events to unlock the exclusive Blackpink rewards and more.
Follow PUBG Mobile social for more information. 네, 너무 기쁘네요.
Come and meet us in the game. See you soon!
See you there, please!
GT Neo 3. Neo Speed Awakens. Ryumi, Dare to Leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and a mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hip-fire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the season rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Neo Speed awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and the mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hip-fire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the Season Rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Sejauh mana Unlimited boleh pergi? Selamat datang ke The Unlimited Theory. Jamal suka main game. Jadi, kami nak tengok berapa lama dia boleh main game dengan plan Unlimited Yoodo.
Weh, satu game lagi? Bila nak habis?
Yoodo Unlimited. Ubah soal segalanya, tiada batasan.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome down over to a brand new week here for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. This is Contra on my right-hand side. My name is Keith. We are tasked to take you through all the actions that we're about to embark on today here in week number 3 and for the next 3 days, I believe, before we pass you back to your favorite duo. So many exciting things to look forward to. What are one of those?
Well, it's definitely the race between some of the top teams out there, and we're going to be also looking forward to teams to qualify into the grand finals. Only 16 out of 20 teams will be making it through in the PMPL MYSGPH. So with that being said, let's get the show started. And starting off here, we also have to thank our official smartphone partners, and it's going to be Realme with GT Neo 3, Neo Speed Awakens.
Yeah, bringing you the brand new MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset. Dual chipset, by the way, in a single phone. That is how powerful it gets. So go ahead, go check this one out. They're promising you power efficiency, seamless gaming experience, and an immersive gameplay. So all that is great, but you have to try it out for yourself to even make a sound judgment on it. And if you're already getting a phone, what is the second step in making the phone useful?
Yoodo, powered by Cellcom, of course, and this is Malaysia's very first customizable mobile plan, and you could basically play PUBG Mobile for free without any sort of data charges. So make sure you scan that QR code on the screen, and you could just have that SIM pack sent to your doorway wherever you are in Malaysia.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. Like they said, they do it better, and well, one thing PUBG Mobile is doing better as well is getting on the trends of things, and TikTok seemingly one of those in which they've crossed off the list for the year, right? So go over to TikTok and follow PUBG Mobile. For the Malaysian side, that will be the PUBG Mobile MY official. Singapore will bring you to PUBG Mobile Esports.sg. And finally, for Philippines, PUBG Mobile official PH. Go over, use the hashtag #BETA1, and well, let's get this ball rolling.
That's right, as we have already begun our journey a couple of weeks back. Well, I should just say it's just 2 weeks for now. And now we're going to be heading into the third week of the Country League, and where we will have 5 matches to be played out for the entirety of the weekday. But on the weekend, Sunday, we'll have an extra map of Livik for the top 12 teams that make their way through. And the country finals are about to basically enter the turf of our region, where we'll see the best 16 teams to make it way through. And it's going to be played out from Friday to Sunday. And we'll have quite a number of slots for the C League as well as the C play-ins as well.
Yeah, a lot of slots, but not enough to go around with, since you've got 20 teams, but only 7 to qualify. And this is how we determine the best of the best, okay? Take a look at the point system. Coming in at first place with that chicken dinner finish brings you a full 15 points placement, and it tapers down to 12, 10, 8, 6, and unfortunately on the 13th spot to the 16 will take home 0, nilch, nada. And so fighting for that placement point is going to make a difference here. But elimination points can come in to make up in case for the lack thereof.
That's right, and last week was one of the best weeks to watch, where we saw Genexus trying to give chase to Geek Fam that was basically trailblazing everybody behind. So all the cumulative points will yield them in their league position, and based on that positioning, you can see on your screen 20 points for the ones who end up over the top of the podium, 19, and you might have won all the way to the 20th spot. So nobody wants to take those minimal points. They have to at least acquire the top 12 position consistently throughout the league, and this is how the points are awarded. You can refer to the left side of your screen, and by the time that they accumulate all of this, these are the exact points that will bring the top 16 teams to the finals.
Yeah, and speaking about the teams, here they are right across the screen here, all top 20 actually, all the 20 participants. Group A bringing you HomeBois, Team Bosskurr, Team Secret, and Team HYVE. Group B with Dingoz Esports, Geek Fam, MAB Esports, and Team SMG. Meanwhile, Group C, we have Yoodo Alliance, RSG, Tabah NSEA, and Crit VIP. Group D introduces you to Genexus, Access DPD MUGEN, and for rivals, SEM9, as well as the members coming in from Singapore coming in the Group E.
And that's right. Now we're going to move over to the team summary for week 2, and you can already see the numbers really don't fall too far apart. Meanwhile, Genexus, they spend the least amount of time outside the blue zone, and that's just like, what, 27 seconds compared to Geek Fam, which is hitting almost 2 minutes. Damage numbers, it's only a difference of 273, or 72 if you want to be exact. Well, average elimination points, we've seen Geek Fam most often than not go for high fragging games, regardless if they actually get the chicken dinner. So let's take a look at some of the big plays that have happened throughout week 2.
Yeah, Geek Fam definitely had one of the best runs they could in the previous week. Obviously, week 1, they also came out champions on top, and week 2 as well in the number 1. Just getting away with things, right? And like you mentioned, Geek Fam just always average out the number of kills per map here. I believe at a certain point it was 14 kills of every good map they've played, and they're right here up on the screen. They're just shooting down a bunch of the members.
Yeah, overall, each member's name is having a lot of numbers across the list as compared to, you know, other teams. You have a designated role and you tell this guy, okay, you're going to play support, you're going to take all the stocks. No, even Snipes basically secured MVP titles of their own, and it's definitely telling that they are set up for success. And same goes to Genexus as well, where we see Muyu as well as Lung to be the high frag duo, with Biu also supplementing alongside with Cowboy. I feel like these two teams are the ones that have a huge game plan in front of them every step of the rounds that they take.
Yeah, Genexus is obviously the sleeping giants here, seeing as though they're week 1, they weren't this hot, but comes week 2, they are up and running, nearly even competing against the likes of Geek Fam by only a slight margin. I think it was like almost a game or 2 away from actually taking the number 1 spot. And Geek Fam had the biggest of lead. They were the first team to hit the 200 mark, and Genexus closed in the gap really soon. And so this is what we have by the end of week 2 here. Based on the bonus ranking points, Genexus, although played very well in the previous week, but due to the first week, they find themselves only in the 4th place here with a total of 31 points. Meanwhile, Geek Fam running away with it again, 20 full points for both weeks, 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, some teams are basically stagnant in the middle of the pack, and you can already see the race is really close, where from 9th place all the way down to 14th, I would say, or if you want to count Axis, sure, at the top. Like, easily, with a little bit of switch of positioning here, you could just secure that top 16. Meanwhile, on the other hand, you can see SMG, Farang, HYVE International, HomeBois, as well as MUGEN, with single digits here. For MUGEN to qualify, of course, it will take a lot of effort if they could basically make it into the top 5 at the very least for this weekend, while we will have to keep track of the progress throughout the course of every single battle that it takes. So no points to waste it in any rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it is still crucial. Every single team, even in the second draft, still have a chance to make it, because remember, the country finals is going to be seeded from the top 16. So whoever's down in the bottom 4, that's kind of give them a best case scenario, and that's going to give you somewhat of a benchmark on, well, what number you should bypass to ensure your slot into the next stage. And so we are going to kick off the matches today here. It's week number 3, brand new game. Everyone's starting with a 0 across the board, and Sanhok is going to be the first match that we'll play today. Group B, C, D, and E. That means Group A, HomeBois, Team Secret, Team Bosskurr, and Team HYVE will well, I guess ease into the waters a little bit. Just watch the rest of them play before they come into action match 2 onwards.
Yeah, I think that a lot of teams will be very relieved that Group A is not playing inside of sanhok, because you know that this is a map where Team Bosskurr kind of receives like a big buff overall. Same goes to Team Hawk, because they've been basically securing high elimination points per round only in sanhok. And, well, without Team Secret, I think that it opens up a lot of possibilities here in the very first match of the day. Speaking of which, of course, we do have the Royal Pass M13 for this whole season, so you can basically lay your hands upon this Mecha Sanctum set. So I know you want it. If you play PUBG Mobile every day, I think like just having a little bit more of those points being spent here will be the bang for your buck.
I mean, you might, if you're already grinding on the game, you might as well try and get something out of it, they say. So go get yourself the pass, unlock it, and start grinding, get your journey on, and because once it's gone, you probably can't get it again. But this is what's new onto the table here. It's a collaboration between PUBG Mobile and Konisag. I don't know if you're well informed, but it is Supercars weekend. It seems like this was a week for the Supercars here. I mean, with that sort of shape, you kind of can assume it's going to go fast, and they're going to go room, especially with the tagline like relive the rush here. So go get yourself one of these, because if it's a bit too expensive to do so in real life, why not get it in the metaverse?
It's a huge flex, you know, with a hypercar like this. I see the Jesco as well as the Gamera, and I just really wish that we could basically hop on one. Hopefully they import to where we live, but we also have a lot of new things up for grab, and the new X-Suit is coming real soon. And the miracle is about to basically arrive to PUBG Mobile once again. Make sure you get the latest updates, or just basically play on, because we still have a lot more exciting modes to show you guys.
Yeah, it seems like the theme for Egypt is pretty much popular for amongst the players of PUBG Mobile here, because I believe we had somewhat of an Egyptian theme sometime last season. Now it's back again. So if you missed any of those scarabs, or, well, must I say, what was that movie called where you're looking for treasure?
Well, there's a lot, like Indiana Jones, there's like the Mummy. I guess the Mummy fits well into this team. But of course, with that said, I think that there's also another thing that we have to address here when it comes down to sanhok. Which team really is the best? And I actually think Dingoz have been the most consistent in this map.
Well,
arguably,
he can be a bane of things, right? I mean, if you're consistently down in the bottom, that's consistency.
It's a different kind of consistent.
But I don't think any of these badges up here, in which we both predicted, had much of a consistent run last week. So I think that's why we're throwing it up here, because they might not do as well as we thought they should have done previous week, but now it's a new week and they have a chance to bounce back, and that's why I think the likes of Tabah NSEA, who usually plays it very slow in a map like sanhok, might actually get away with things this time around. They're more prepared for it. Dingoz has had some close-on shots, but ultimately, sanhok, if we're judging by last week itself, it's run by Geek Fam, run by Team Bosskurr, and even Genexus. So yeah, we'll see if this week is any different.
Well, I believe that there's going to be a lot of changes when it comes down to how the teams have adapted into the sort of playstyle of the hyper-fragging teams. It's either you play ultra defensive, or you just challenge them on the offense, which RSG did a couple of times over the past week. And then we also saw teams like Tabah NSEA, sure, doing really well, and just basically making sure that they have enough points in terms of rank as well as elimination to book off any sort of those rounds. So it's time for you guys to predict as well. Leave it in the chat down below, and make sure you follow us on our social media platforms all across PUBG Mobile, whether you're on Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and so on. But I think TikTok is the place to be now.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's young, it's hip, it's a lot of the pretty people are on it. So I mean, say it as me, it may. I'm a sheep. I'm gonna herd up and follow the entire trend, right?
Herd up. You hear the man? Like, it's time to herd up.
But yeah, please do so. Yeah, and also follow this man on social media. Then you'll know what's really happening underneath the desk right now. He ain't wearing long pants, that's for sure.
You guys don't want to know. Anyways, let's head on over to our mini-map, as we've already seen a couple of these teams making changes throughout week 1 as well as week 2. So week 3, I wonder if it's going to be much different as compared to what we saw over the past couple of weekends. So 30 seconds is where we're going to be kicking off our very first match of our 3rd week in this league. And therefore, there's ample opportunities out there, and I'm just waiting to see who really leads end of day 1.
Yeah, and this time around with Group A gone, a lot of these spots are actually accessible. One of it is the small little compound in which Genexus secured their first chicken dinner in Sanhok. With the weird maneuver and rotation they had towards the Alpha Islands and then back onto the main peninsula. Maybe they might look to make that sort of rotation, but it all goes down to where the circle lands, and we're about to find out where that is after the flight path over in Sanhok.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle up, and of course, we are here to roll out all the 64 players into the map. Let's start off from here from Camp Alpha, headed to Lakawi. We'll have Sem9 being the early movers in towards the corners of Hatif, as I do believe. And it's interesting enough that when you look at the way that they drop, Putra was sent over onto the far corner of the island. Meanwhile, the rest of Sem9, usually what they do is that they will hit over to the villages right below Hatif, as well as stretch below it. So this whole island basically belongs to Sem9. Meanwhile, we have Geek Fam moving into ruins as per usual. And therefore, these two teams, if they have to make a cut across to the main peninsula, there's going to be a lot of problems that will set them back a little bit.
Oh, Sem9 just want to capitalize on the lack thereof here. I guess there is something to note here that Sem9 changed their drop a little bit because Team Secret's not playing, but MUGEN as well moving the drop spot. I guess they've come in contact against Sem9 so often that MUGEN does not want to face that, but now they have to go up against Tabah NSEA. And let's remember, MUGEN is a team who could win a 4v4 fight against Sem9. I say they might be able to do that against NSEA.
Now having the rest of MUGEN surrounding them as well. Over on the lower side of the hill, he does have only a UMP, no helmet though. Doing a little bit more damage on the vest. Thankfully that protects him, but don't expect any much of a backup coming in for Tabah NSEA, because with these two men stuck here, it'll take a lot of effort for the rest of the members to join right through.
Yeah, and not to mention that it is a super small compound. I guess that explains why they don't have much to work around with. But the rest of Tabah NSEA is in place here. They're pretty nearby, can come in with the cover fire, but it becomes a game of cat and mouse. Who's going to get the catch on who first? I guess that's going to turn the tide for one. But look at NSEA already sending one member to swim across. It looks like Magix might just have to hold back for the rest of his team while they try and get out. But DK Nasty comes in from the back end. Couldn't trade that one out.
Oh, they do get a knock over. All is looking mighty fine for Tabah NSEA. Oh, close enough with 50 HP being done towards his enemies, but then again, he will be knocked out. So Amir will get a little bit more recovery, but Nasty just giving a little bit more chase. They will be eventually securing this point against Tabah NSEA. So, is it time to change predictions, Keith?
I mean, if the option's right there, I'll take it, right? Now, they changed their drop spot. We should be allowed to change our predictions at this rate.
Don't think it works that way. But then again, at least they assessed the situation and understood this is a lost cause where you're going to be stuck here instead of two members out. Let's sacrifice Magix. Maybe he could basically hold them all back, and that they did. Meanwhile, Axis versus RSG. We've seen some huge clutch before coming in from Riv, and I believe that RSG will not repeat the same scenario twice. Everyone moving in like a SWAT squad.
That's a bit of a mouthful, eh? SWAT squad.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, MAB secures a kill for themselves here. Moves them across the board. Now at number 1, taking over MUGEN. But this is the fight that we want to see. And like you mentioned, Rith has gotten away with murder countless of times here, especially in the clutch, and he can do it again. It also happened on the map as sanhok. And so this might be history repeating itself if RSG don't play this one flawlessly.
I believe that at least with this sort of spread, it's just going to be looking decent at the very least for RSG. Meanwhile, of course, we saw that pop up on your screen. That is the Yoodo powered by Telecom QR code that you can scan and you can play PUBG Mobile without wasting no data. And that is the best offer that you can get. Oh, meanwhile, Brian with a sharp shot.
Yeah, getting shot down here through the windows of opportunity. It seems now Molotovs drops down. RSG still have all members. Surely they look to push this one. Meanwhile, Hey Noob's just waiting patiently for the perfect timing. That's Rex gets thinking out. Riff again going in with great entry. That's going to leave Hey Noob to do some damage. They've taken down 2 members.
Whoa.
More members are going to be dropping like flies and in fact confirmed to the ground here. But the retaliation is right there. Still has Rex shooting from the inside. But that would be it again. RSG falling to the hands of Axis. And it is Rith who comes in with a lot of showmanship.
Different day, but same results for Axis as they managed to clinch that one. And the last blow still came in from Riff. History repeats itself, as we like it or not, while we are looking into the open lakes of DBD, just hanging out and about by the corner of what we call an oasis. But then again, doesn't seem like a place that I would live in. Meanwhile, 4Pro and the rest of HYVE International go in for the infantry. And 4Pro will be shredded up with another DBS. Not looking at all too sublime, but it's going to be the SOK instead. Vigor trades it right back. 2 members still alive. They try to go in for a recovery. And for rivals, they have to be on the lookout.
He should push right now. He still has the advantage here before they go in with the pickup. They spot him out, but he was waiting for it. Whip the shot, though. Epi now low. Will go down eventually with blanks coming in to end the job. And man, all those sloppy HYVE International beat the likes of 4 rivals.
That's right, and it seems like HYVE International have been able to ace out the rest of 4 rivals. Though they did walk away with 2 points, HYVE was the one with 4. And somehow, even Axis had managed to done pretty good in the early game. After taking out RSG, now ties the spot here. But then again, we're going to focus our eyes on Genexus to see how much can they get out of this situation, because they're launching attack against their nemesis overall. That's going to be Geek Fam.
Yeah, Geek Fam, it nearly turned sour for him. I believe Damroot's health bar was relatively low. Like, it was so close before he actually turned into a loot box. Luckily, Snipes coming in again, clutching out for the likes of Geek. Will get revive, and Geek still 4 members strong to stand their ground and play this rest of the game. And meanwhile, Yuhai positioned in place to where the compound in which HYVE beat the likes of 4 rivals.
Yeah, a little bit more of a standstill between some of these teams here, as it's getting relatively quiet. But we did get a amount of frags in the early game as compared to the usual. He sees him, but doesn't seem like Nasty's interested to take those pot shots. After all, it's a UMP where you're just basically using ACP bullets that you need at least 3-4 shots to knock somebody to the ground. And if that guy has a level 3 helmet, it's going to be even worse. Speaking of helmet, Nasty, he's on level 1 gears and nothing else. He doesn't have meds. He doesn't seem like he could basically survive if Ziggy straight back.
He sees them in a red dot. Does he take a shot? That's a story for another day. But now we'll look at Yuhai again, the kid, the Terminator of the week here in week number 2. And already info has been sent on forward. Geek Fam just going to crush in.
Oh, sees him.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
That's
Oh,
gonna
boy.
burn. That's quite of a burner right there. Into hell you go. Oh, but
Oh, boy.
Nemru tosses a nade and bounces back at him. He's gonna take a hefty damage, but now they're looking for the push. But Geek Fam does have the number advantage. Couldn't even go in with the secure. Nemru again playing with death and still make it out. He's gonna run out of favor sometime soon, I believe.
Yeah, it's just not really working out too well to camp over onto a high traffic area. So HYVE International, even with the right ideas, wasn't really all too prepared on how swiftly Geek Fam basically took that one fight. So from those islands over on the top side, Geek Fam now moves down south, picks up another 2 points for themselves, and will continue to run without any sort of hiccups along the way. Meanwhile, of course, we have already lost 3 teams. And usually in sanhok, even up to 15 points, you still have at least 15 teams alive.
Well, talking about living, I don't think Zeke's is going to be one of those anytime soon here, because it seems like he's being eyed down by the vultures for the longest of time, but it is Nasty himself who's the one who's low on HP, so maybe Zeke's actually got the shot onto them. But let's take a look at a circle now saturated onto Camp Alpha. Geek might have to make the rotation to move across here. They were taking a gamble. They might just end up center, but clearly it didn't. And now it's going to be a hard feat trying to push across, knowing that you have at least 4 teams already in place to hold you back.
Yeah, and on top of that, take a look at how many teams are still outside the blue zone, hunting out, scavenging for those first aid kit. One of it being MAB, and another is Crit VIP, who are kind of close to each other. So that scavenger hunt for treasure loots, I don't know. There's going to be some pirates that will be there to steal them all off.
Pirates, dingoes, they're kind of a pirate, at least on an Australian server here, because they are the wild dogs who takes away meals from the prey who actually came in hunting. So they might just do that same sort of aggressive play here again. Meanwhile, Genexus, Xiao Boy, cute little backpack there, but unfortunately not actually finding anyone in front of his mark. It'll just be warning shots for now, but I think he's got a rough idea, seeing as though a couple of those bullets actually tapped.
Yeah, but then again, lost the angle as they're all proning indoors. Meanwhile, a huge pickoff against Examzi, and this is what we've been waiting for, as they eventually will lock horns on that quarry sector. It's still phase 2. Entirely doable to tank out the damage. We only have 31 bandages for Razor. So who exactly are the ones who are stashing everything up? Could be Insomnus or even Babang. If it's going to be on Examzi, then they will feel pretty bummed out.
Oh, there we go. It's Insomnus. He's the medic. He's the medic in this team right now. He has to play that. Well, MAB get free reign through though. Passes quarry. Uncontested here. The rest of the members still in the blue, but Monkey's gonna have a head start in terms of positioning himself to gatekeep the likes of Cred VIP.
And they have just the perfect bird's eye view against the rest of Crit as they're all locked into that shed. Meaning to say they will have to expend some smokes, even if they want to cut up to the hills, if there's already got the position. So nothing much comes out for free for these guys of Crit VIP, but this is the QR code once again. Play PUBG Mobile for free when you switch to Yoodo. Scan it.
Yeah, you did talk about things that are free. Obviously, different definition of liberation here, but it is free things, and you can't complain about that one. Oh, meanwhile,
they're still driving towards MAB.
Yeah, MAB has got the widespread and already in position to gatekeep, and that's what's happening right now. Iftar just warning shots, but not actually getting the job done with the 2 members. But now the table has turned. Crit VIP assumes the high ground. MAB now looking to push against the like of Crit VIP.
Family on the lower end of the hill, just hiding behind that rock. I believe that Razor should know of his position by now. Meanwhile, Insomnus is trying to hide out. Razor making a run for his life. And thankfully, Beping comes in with a cover fire. Family compromises his position overall, but Seed still giving chase. They're not going to let go of Crit VIP. Meanwhile, Insomnus is indoors, and they're not too far off. So if they bring this decoy over nearer to Insomnus, that will be a really tall order for Crit VIP to still last out the round. With those 30 few first 8s, not result too much. Oh my god! That gave me a scare.
Yeah, that sound is the sound of death here officially for PUBG Mobile. If you hear that sound, you run the other direction. Whoever got shot and by it, it's just there's no salvation for them. Meanwhile, Circle closed in slightly. Sem9 still in the center and taking over all the hills and high ground, reminiscent to the game in which Geek Fam nearly got the chicken dinner, but that one fell onto Bosskurr. It seems like that scenario might play again, seeing as though that Circle closed the way it did, and now Nasty. Oh, patience paid off. He's been stalking for the longest of time.
He hasn't even moved. Not a single muscle at all, but here comes the grenade coming from Yendo.
Oh,
I guess
bounced off.
After taking 1 point, there's not going to be the rest of Mugen to back him up, but he gets the angles, coming to shred. Yen on 1 tick of HP. There's no Jimmy on the top. He's going to hold his own. Nasty. He clutch it out, though. Just on the corner, swerves in, damage being done, but he will be knocked out instead.
Well, great damage done, though, for the likes of Mugen here, taking 2, possibly. However, they're not pressured in the zone, so they will go in with the revive. It will end up a 1v1 trade overall, but Virgil, he's in place. He might even come in with the spray here. If he gets eyes, that is.
Yeah, Virgil can only look on by. Meanwhile, Nasty just holding the line. He say, guys, I got this. I'll take 1 point at the very least. And for Mugen, at least now that they have already got 3 points, they tie in with Geek Fam. And maybe as well as DBD, though they could have actually reaped more out of it if they have more players lurking on that Oasis center. But then again, back to Geek Fam as they have moved upwards into the island and now takes the high ground against Axis Red 1. So Axis, they don't really have to push upwards though. They can play it safe. Meanwhile, Sem9 is doing exactly what I think they will do, which is to attack.
Praying from the heavens above. That seems to be the strats. Or the opportunity that was given by the Tencent gods themselves. Things the Circle did favor them, and they assume high ground. And so you have to kind of assume the rest of the other teams are going to be playing for second place. However, we've seen how even the highest of ground will fall. And speaking of which, that will be one member of Dingoz who fell into the lobby.
Yeah, the moment that they arrive, they will still have to be checking their 6 overall. Virgil now getting shot as well. Now coming with a big shot of the S12K. Jimmy gets cleared out. But then again, you still have Echo on the other corner. Virgil tries to secure it, but he knows there's another player right down below. Oh boy. Seems like that Cove is not going to give opportunities for Virgil. He needs to lob a grenade. Does he have one? Yes, he does. And time to prepare for this. Yen pushes upwards.
Oh. He actually just stopped the advancement there, just dropped the grenade down onwards, and immediately the push is there. And it will burn though. Yen makes it out with a quarter of HP or less. Meanwhile, Genexus on fire right now, taking more members of Dingoz down. Hunting pack will die, they say, as Genexus coming in with a bunch of numbers under their name and nearly just securing the final few members of Dingoz, and that should be an entire team wipe.
Strong gatekeeping coming in from Genexus, knowing that there will be swimmers out there, and Lung just negating them from docking. Well, they're not a ship, but I guess that will do. It's still not over yet, though. Onyx Luke will find the member off of Calamity. I mean, MAB has got a little bit of trouble of their own. And Onyx Luke slides into the water. Can he climb back up?
Surely he should be able to. I mean, he's got to find a way now that this whole area has been taken over by Yoodo Alliance. Although not really a contested point, but I do digress. They will live, and that's all that matters right now. Dingoz is out at 0 kills. Tabah NSEA still in. Geek Fam is in as well. but Sam9, ooh, now I have to shift away from the mountains, so sooner than later. But they can still have Putra up on the high ground, which gives them insane leverage.
Yeah, and DBD is just restocking up in the hot team as the rest of Crit VIP struggles to make their way into the island. While we know that that bottom right dot is going to be Insomnus, it's hard for him to cross the bridge as well. You have Farang, who's also trying to stop everyone on their tracks. Yoodo Alliance trying to take over the position of where Genexus used to be in order to secure a little bit more points. Just coming out of the rim of the circle. And it's going to be harm out of Sam9. They like to take multiple positions up on these high heels. And Luke finds a member of Genexus. But then again, how much can they do? Biu trades right back. Adik tries to go for some quick taps. But then again, he's getting peppered from Luyu. Not much angles for him. And he's running out of mats as well.
Well, running out of meds, but Genexus probably running out of time here. They're being suppressed with the likes of Yoodo Alliance. Oh, nades tossed on forward, did not clip onto anyone. Just a little bit of damage, but Biu, he has to go in with the hill, but as low as he got to trade though with the grenade, and so it's a 1v1 so far, traded under the likes of Yoodo Alliance and Genexus. But both of them, Adik coming in with the cover fire, same can be said with Loyu, and so it's a stalemate.
It's hard because there's even more outside of the blue zone trying to take down Yoodo Alliance as well. So Adik Luke not really in the best possible position, but then again, we have Depp just trying to take out members of Genexus. We're still on a knocked out state, and I'm not sure by phase 4 if it's going to be all right to get that revive being done. Luyu attempting on this. As he tried to spray right through, still couldn't clip though. 17 packs left on Luyu.
They're gonna make it.
Oh my goodness.
Genexus now 1 member left to play. They did get, oh no, actually no, they're all dead. They're all dead!
That was the last of it. We saw Luyu go down. I think he was more concerned of focusing on the takedown, trying to clear off Yoodo Alliance, but they both basically went out at the same time. Now, a little bit of surprise coming in for DBD. There's another grenade being primed right in. But remember being spotted out flags. Just hiding by a very thin tree. Nowhere for him to dance off from. And my oh my. Echo crawls right in with a ghillie suit, but he's on open grounds.
Well, he's lopping it in the right place here, and with that will be the end of MUGEN here as they take a huge one up on the face. Meanwhile, Lord of Harm will try to do harm, but the high ground battle was traded off. Sam9 though comes in clutch, but with all the advantage they had, they now find themselves 3 members short on their knees, so they have to suppress their fire for the time being and go in for the revive.
Genexus will try to clear off the final few members of Farang. And that's going to be a real quick one coming out of the Vector as well. Now, in the blink of an eye, it's only 6 more teams remaining. And we thought that Genexus would have actually lasted much longer out there if only they checked their timings on the healing. Are still on board. Okay, make that 4 as SMG secures the top 5 finish at the very least. Axis as well as Geek Fam with the most numbers on board. Geek Fam now moves directly into Camp Alpha.
Yeah, it's looking like Geek Fam is going to have a great run at things again. Top 4 position already, still all 4 members living. Axis though, props to them, 7 kills already within the bag. Now it's between the 2 of them, and DBD though, again, taking Damru. Damru just seems to be off the mark with his positioning nowadays. And well, he will be the weakest link for this one map, but will it be detrimental to their advancement here? Geek Fam has 3, and Axis has 3 as well.
Interesting drive-by coming in from Snipes as well. Now, it's really quick thinking coming out of Geek Fam to book that circle. Now, even though they're all inside of Camp Alpha, it's going to be Geek Fam that's on the center stage. Meanwhile, DBD tries to settle the score with Yuhai. He gets clipped for only a tad bit, holds back, but then again, he finds one in the form of Yin. Echo has to go outside, and it's going to be Micah that saves the day. Geek Fam now outlasting everybody out there, and it's going to be Axis Rate 1. 7 frags already secured, a little higher than Geek Fam. So it could be either one of them to be taking home that chicken dinner. Meanwhile, Insomnus, Professor Insomnus, where are you at?
Well, lucky for Geek Fam though, they did go in for the revive, which means they can still wipe the likes of Axis and get a hefty amount of points. 7 is not too different from 5. And so with the number advantage from Geek, that's additional firepower going their way. And that's big value. But now Geek Fam, they hold the tickets to enter the circle. Entry points is far from the likes of Axis. They will be pressured.
Axis Rate 1. Doesn't seem like they know how exactly to push through. And what I understand on that regard is that there's no open space for them. The moment they leave is where Snipes will be able to really find those angles against them. So they're taking their sweet time, trying to at least find that opening pick against Geek Fam, but doesn't seem like it results to all too much. They're just basically hugging by the corner of the wall. And now down to Hey Noob. How is he gonna basically pull himself out of this sticky situation?
Well, there's only one way, and that is to go for a desperate push attempt because they don't have much to play around with. Dal gets hit by the nade on the back end. They try to go with the push, but Hey Noob, he will fall down and leaving one member, that is Genexus, to try and play the healing game here. He does have 14 in the pack. Insomnus has been healing for the entirety of the game. He previously had 32, but surely he's down to only 3, and it's gonna be a slow burn, but it is almost set in stones here that Geek Fam will come out chicken.
Yeah, there's no way that Insomnus can survive past Axis because Dr. Katasusu has always been using this strategy, and even though they're so close to the circle, they understand, okay, we're losing this fight regardless, so let's take one of the shacks and start playing the heal. Time to wave goodbye, but instead he takes a dance. Oh, at least it goes out in style.
That was a very remarkable dance here. Unfortunately, not enough for a chicken dinner, but hey, you'll take it. Still 10 points in. That's more than the eliminations that Crib VIP could have ever secured here in the map of Sanhok. And so Axis, 7 kills. They're okay with that. I think Geek Fam kind of tied the score, or maybe even get 8 or higher. No, 7 still. They do get a bump with the position and placement points. So Geek Fam coming out the ultimate winner here.
Yep, they just basically have to wait it all out. Only 3 more packs left for Katasusu, but can he actually find those angles to clutch? I think they've already known the location of the whereabouts of Katasusu, so it's by the corner of the wall. You can already see them peppering through. They could just easily deny this point. One final pack, and Axis Rate 1 will be out. That only means one thing.
That Geek Fam is the reigning champion. Once again, starting things off with a great momentum here. Although anticlimactic at best, but Geek Fam with that slow burn, they came in, take the fights they only needed to be necessary, and here they are, starting week number 3 with a chicken dinner and 7 kills.
And they will continue on their streak here with the opening chicken dinner secured, and that adds up to the list of many that they've done on the past 2 weeks. Week 3, day 1, match 1 belongs to Geek Fam, and we'll see what is the response coming out of the other teams. They're hoping to give chase.
My God, Geek Fam, I thought they would have for sure slowed down a little bit based on how rocky things were getting with them yesterday, at least in the last day of the entire week. But they time and time again never fail, never cease to amuse me, and how consistent they are in every map they play. Right now, again with the first chicken to start off the week here, as if that two number 1 spot finish in 2 weeks in a row now was not enough. They're hungry for more, and I'd like to see them pull one of the more, try and break records as they once did in week number 2.
Yeah, overall, we see a lot of great fights happening in the early game, but with the circle being so far into the islands, most of them couldn't make it through, and Nasty basically is the most patient guy we've ever known in any of these matches. While Virgil tried to go for those trades, DPD managing to not only take him down, but outlast many other teams out there while they had challenges up ahead against them. So Crit VIP the smart play was to get Insomnius to heal up, and it has worked out in their favor. Now with Dab just going with a lot of shred, Sam9 at least get a few pointers on the board, but I don't think it was enough to at least put them in, you know, a top 4 scenario. But Geek Fam, absolute dominance and great control, understanding what they need to do at all times, and put themselves on top of the table once more.
Yeah, I don't believe they had a number of kills. I think they had like a small number of kills, just 2 when they pushed onto the compound there, and then they wiped 4 member plus the 1, and that brought them to the points they had here. So it was not that much of a struggle for the likes of Geek Fam, but still they brought in the numbers as when they should. But Axis stepping up big time, definitely from where they were previously. VIP, they opted with the healing game, and it paid off handsomely. 3rd place right now, 13 total points for Crit VIP, 19 for Axis, and a full 22 points for Geek Fam.
Yeah, heading into the middle of the pack, we see Sam9 with 8 points, 6 points each for Team SMG as well as Tabah NSEA, 5 for FRG, Genexus with 5, while MUGEN, Yoodo Alliance as well as HYVE International each walk away with 4, and most of these are coming in from takedowns alone. So I would say it's kind of impressive. We see teams getting a little bit more aggressive, especially on the opening game today. Dingoz as well as RSG, however, didn't really start off all too well. Same could be said about 4 rivals.
And it is Axis Heynoob who takes on the MVP points here. Take a look at what he has brought across the board. 1 elimination, 516 damage, 3.0 MVP points. About a fairly even split in terms of team contribution. And the longest elimination distance happened in 5 meters. So this guy's he's going pretty crazy here, going in just guns blazing against the opponents out north.
Well, you say guns blazing, though he only got 1 elimination points, which is kind of sad. But then again, it's the first MVP that we see making so much damage with only 1 elimination. So
guns blazing, I didn't say he hit the mark.
I would want to understand, because that's also the shortest elimination distance, 5 meters. So he's basically going point blank. I believe he's basically a DBS guy, huh?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the theme of Sanhok seems to stray away from the DBS, now going to the S12K, SK12, whichever it is.
I'm sure it's on SK12.
Whichever it is. But it seems to be the... Which I guess.
Imagine when they're like, okay, now that the sector is clear, we can easily walk up. So hooray! So they took a little bit more of a slow approach where they were trying to figure out where the next shift would be, which is actually smart to do, because if you were to move up directly, then they will basically have to battle the rest of Tabah NSEA. So the moment that they see it moving into the Alpha camp, they just swing over on the left side, eventually find some players out of Axis Red 1, and then just take the entire sector for themselves. Though 7-9 was controlling the heal, it was interesting how they have fallen, because there were a couple of battles that has happened throughout the lower grounds. Instead, we have Flax over on the bottom side, and then the 7-9 somehow couldn't make it out because it's a real tough hill to climb downwards from.
Yeah, and I think 7-9 also losing a lot of these trades from the high ground. I remember it was Micah who traded against 7-9, and it was an uphill, but they were the one who's getting knocked out. So I think there's some a little bit iffy here in this game number 1 in terms of taking these technical fights for them. But hey, it happens to everyone in the first week here, especially after 2 days break. But that apparently did not affect the likes of Geek Fam, still reigning strong, securing that chicken dinner eventually towards the end.
That's true, and Geek Fam just have to wait because there were 2 more healers to deal with. Insomnius as well as Genexus will not have that chance to challenge, but Geek Fam off to a good start to go in guns blazing once more. So there's no pause button for these guys. They never ever stop. Even when they were already heading to the circle, where we saw on that graph of rotation, pull back. We want to get some more kills. More and more and more is what they will probably get. And of course, you can also get even more if you picked up the brand new GT Neo 3 from our official phone partners, Realme.
Yeah, you know what they say, 2 is better than 1, and this Realme GT Neo 3 brings you not 1 but 2 chipset called the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G. Go try that one out, test it out. You know what they say, you gotta push it to the limits. You have to stress test the phone. So why don't you drop by to any Realme flagship stores out here, wherever you're at, Philippines, Singapore, or even in Malaysia. Stress test the heck out of this phone and come up with your own conclusion. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be pretty sweet. And if you do decide to get on the phone, get on a plan as well, because Yoodo is here to help you do things much better than it can traditionally be done. Okay, allocate your data to the things you only need. That way you're paying and making the best bang for your buck.
That's right, and of course, you guys can also follow us on our official livestream partners, TikTok, where you could basically hashtag be the one on their TikTok challenges. And if you want to be a little bit more passive, but then again, you want all the greatest updates out there, what you could do is follow PUBG Mobile on TikTok, and they have PUBG Mobile MY official, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg. On top of that, PUBG Mobile official PH.
That's one for every single region. But hey, SG, MY, we pretty much share the same lingo and language. There's no such thing as a language barrier. Sure, maybe a little jargon here and there, but hey, why don't we follow each other as well? So let's take a look at some of the stats here first. In the previous map, we have Geek Fam coming out at 7 kills, although not much damage dealt out. All their shots counts, I guess, is the sentiment here, as they don't have to waste more clips than they should. On contrast to that one, it will be Axis Esports, who also gets 7 kills, but they have a hefty more damage at 1,190. Tabah NSEA with 5 kills of their own, so that's still pretty good on their part. DBD as well. Not often do we see them here, just striving out on a big screen. And well, congratulations to most of the teams average out about 3 kills.
Yeah, like this is also one of the most hectic sanhok matches that we've seen, because almost every team actually gets points for their own, and it's 52 greens being, 52 total elimination, as we have expected some to drop out over blue zone. 10 hit shots. Now this actually impressed me, because even in most maps, we only see like what, 5 hit shots at max, or even 2 to 3. So I think like everybody's definitely out feeling good and still on the hunt for that chicken dinner.
Yeah, there are more chicken dinners for them to win today here, especially with match 2 about to commence over in Erangel. It is Team ACDE across the board who will be playing, which means we will bid a quick farewell with Geek Fam, Dingoz Esports, MAB Esports, and Team SMG. And well, a very timely chicken dinner for Geek Fam, because they knew they were going to miss the next one out. This is them trying to get as much lead as they can ahead of the competition.
Yep, this is basically the best result they could basically start off with. Genexus will be also a team that will be having a look when we do hit over to Erangel, as these are the top 4 performing teams when it comes down to elimination points. Just take a look at the first as well as second, and you compare it to the other 2 teams. Of course, 7-9 as well as Tabah NSEA, they primarily play for positioning points, and therefore you can see that they basically deal a lot less damage, because sometimes you have to remain passive in order to secure a little bit more location. But the first 2 teams are the most exciting to watch, as always, throughout the past 2 weeks. So now I guess that we also have to go back to predictions once again. So the Genexus should be playing, but Geek Fam, like you said, not playing.
Group B, taking
best
a break.
chance.
For the rest of the teams, well, I wouldn't say best chance for the rest of the team, because Geek Fam, we don't know yet, right? You want to draw a trend for this week, and if they're getting away with a lot of things and they're just crazy and popping off, then I call it their absence of best chance. But this week is a bit too soon to say that Geek Fam is still getting away with murder. We'll see. Meanwhile, talking about murder though, that's what's happening virtually in this movie by the streets. Gang on gang violence here, but we're not pushing the action. We're pushing the voice packs in which you can earn here in PUBG Mobile, won by Malik and Shark themselves. So make sure you complete 10 days of Malik's mission in order to unlock Shark's mission and eventually get both their voice packs in your inventory.
That's right, and on every Wednesday, which is basically today, you can basically lock in and play with your friends, and with 3 chicken dinners, you get the lilac attack suit. But how it's going right here, right now. Honestly, this looks to be one of my favorite.
Yeah, I mean, it's the closest to default, right? But you get a little bit of neon paint splattered across your helmet, so I would say it has its sentimental values. It's not exactly the most extravagant and, you know, aesthetically changing things out there. Now, maybe I'd even award that one to the Bramble Maze Overlord set, which we will tell you in a bit. But hey, still a good one to keep into your collection. And talking about skins, though, you do have the Royal Pass M13 that is currently out for you to unlock, okay? Mecha Sanctum set up for grabs here. White and gold, Paladin-like. It looks divine, to say the least. Go over to PUBG Mobile, get yourself the Royal Pass, and start grinding your way till you get the complete set.
Yeah, and overall, it does remind me of a game that some of my friends used to play, but I'll get to that later on. This is the PMPL and PMCD On-Ground Watch Party, and we're going to be taking you through some of the best things that happens in your nearest town. If you guys are from Perak, Ipoh, then head over to Ipoh Parade this weekend, and we will be able to at least have a bunch of things lined up for you guys. And on top of this, this is a brand new mummy set, limited for favorites on sale, where you basically love to play in all those ancient times where there's just so much that you could possibly get out of this ancient secret journey that's being opened up once again. Remember the past few seasons ago where they had the balloon things going on?
Yeah.
And man, that was actually fun. We get to cast one of the matches as well.
Yeah, Balloon Head's just on another level. It's a promotion that has passed, but I will just tell you about it. So you get shot, right? In your head, it inflates.
It brings you up in the air. That's the best part.
I think what's funny about it is more so the aesthetics than anything, than the gameplay. But let's take a look at who we think is going to get a chicken dinner in this match. And wow, both of us going Genexus, I guess. Do we have to justify each other? I mean, you still have to justify to the audience, though.
I'm pretty sure that they won that whole chase heading into this game, because back in game 1, I think that they could definitely get more out of that match, because we saw Luyu, or was it Lung, that was the last man standing, still trying to shoot bullets back at the Yoodo Alliance member, but he forgot to heal up. That's the most important part if you're carrying all the packs.
Yeah. So I think there was quite of a misplay there for Genexus. Yeah, when that fight against Yoodo Alliance wasn't the cleanest of such. Biu as well didn't heal, tossing nades forward with such low HP, which he did trade in the process, but you know, went down with the ship. So maybe Genexus come in less overzealous, more realistic, and taking the fights in which they know is going to go on to their favor. I'm excited to see the boys in blue, and like they said, they're all the way up, currently leading the boards with the PMGC points at about 1,108.
That's right, and I believe that there's going to be a little bit more of a difficulty for them as well heading into this erangel matchup, because we've seen that there's other teams that has been able to rise up to the occasion multiple times. So the last week's erangel was kind of interesting on the final day, because it took everyone into the compounds of Milta before, and there were also some over the mainland, but it's not getting as stereotypical as we've seen it to be. Now, Geek Fam not playing this time around. If that circle goes over the Gatka fields again, I think that there's a little bit more leeway for the teams to really stash up those points. I know I'm going in quite a trail of thought, but the Nexus chances here probably is the best that they could get out of this.
I mean, they have to play it right. Yeah, I have no doubt in which the firepower coming out from Genexus is very, very capable, right? We've seen them play things out the way they've envisioned things to be, and they are one of those teams who's more aggressive than not. You saw it in the stats alone, the average number of times tanking in a blue Geek Fam had like about a minute plus, while Genexus only has less than a minute. I think a couple of seconds. So they're not ones to run and cower and hide. They're in it to win it, to actually gun down their opponents and foes. And I like to see them have that space and wreak havoc around the entire lobby now that Geek Fam's sitting out on this one. And they are a Yasnaya team, so you know they're in for a long time.
That's right, here for a long time, not just fun times. So I guess like before we start the game here once again, make sure you guys are tuning in and you guys are dropping in comments. Be respectful to the teams and of course everyone around you. I know sometimes discussions like that get heated up and like, yeah, you stand with your favorite players and you just can't seem to not type back. Well, collect your thoughts, be calm, and things will go fine.
Yeah, we all know. It's part of the draw in esports, right? It's competitiveness. You see it out in regular sports. That's the same old culture of competitive. Being competitive is brought down onto esports, and that's part of the fun, but you have to understand to a certain boundaries that you cross. I'm not saying you can't cross it, but if you do, then you have to deal it up like a man as well. Expect some shade throwing on your way. But we do not encourage that. However, we have no say on what you want to do and react. But we will say, though, one thing's for sure. Genexus, right now, they are in quite a... They are in a good state since they just came out of a huge momentum last week in week number 2. Week number 3, now, if things were to swing into what happened in the previous season, they were on fire week 2 as well, but comes week 3, came in a little bit shorter. And so, will we see similar patterns coming out from Genexus, or will this team be as solid as it can get?
Well, I do believe that they can be as good or even better because now teams have basically go back to the drawing board, understand what really went on for their past week. Even if you're going to be rolling high, just like Geek Fam, I don't think that there's time for them to even stop a minute to think like, okay, we're good enough. Because frankly, that is going to send them into that complacency mode.
Yeah.
And overall, Genexus, you heard them go on the interviews like, after all these scrims, they're still spending hours training by themselves or even with the team.
Not to mention the emotional motivation they're going to be getting, right? Because last week was so close. Even in the interview itself, you can feel some of the hearts being shattered right there. And if one thing I know is true, is that a broken heart seems to be the best motivation a man can have. And that's gonna happen.
Usually it happens to women, you know, like they get new haircuts and then after that like they glam up their look. Is that what you're thinking about?
No, I'm saying when you're broken, you go to the gym, right? You get your mind busy doing productive things.
I just spend my time eating more food. Cope as much as I can.
I guess two different perspectives on this. Do you see the glass half empty or half full? Let us know down in the comment below. Or
is that why you're all jacked up?
I mean, I try, but I'm not gonna lie. The motivation was a heartbreak back in college, and so
that's been a long time ago.
Yeah, hey, I gotta keep up the habit though. The habit is good. It's not for a short-term thing.
Okay. Respect that. And you were onto something earlier, right? Like, besides...
Yeah, half empty, half full. Yeah, if you want, tell us your perspective, right? Let us know down in the comment if you see a glass half empty, half full, or are you literal and all you see is a glass, and regardless on how filled up the glass is to the brim.
That's right. I mean, like, I could definitely use a glass of water right now as we speak.
Yeah, same.
We're going to be preparing ourselves for the next game, which we're still waiting news on. When could we basically get the pilot board up?
Yeah, we've got news that the pilot got, somewhat of a...
Had to take a dump, huh?
Yeah, food poisoning.
Actually...
Even worse, it's food poisoning.
I know certain planes have autopilot.
All planes have autopilot.
Okay, all planes have autopilot. Now, it's interesting, like... I don't know, like, do you trust machineries enough, like, so excuse me,
it's fine,
that you would basically say, okay, I'm gonna take a dump and this plane's gonna be absolutely fine. Because like, I know that nowadays there's electric cars and things like that. Would you trust the electric car to drive itself?
No.
Not at all.
Of course not. And you can't fully trust it. Even in planes itself, right? Like, although you have autopilot, you still have a co-pilot to run for you in case you have to use the loo. And so it's never a good idea. I don't know. I don't see Terminators happening because computers can't identify a shadow from an object. And so we've seen a lot of these auto navigation system go wrong. So I wouldn't say so.
Yeah.
That's
I have a theory.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just hear me out. Yeah, I get the points. So this theory of me when I look at the aviation side is that pilots are basically fancy bus drivers.
They are.
Right?
They are. Technically, they are. You're not wrong in that regard. What you do is you bring people from point A to point B, but what makes them fancy is obviously the uniform they get with, and obviously the heavy compensation because they're dealing with a lot of lives, like the ones in this lobby. There's 20 teams. You times by the number 4, you get the number of passengers you have on your plane.
That's true. And speaking of dealing with lives, here is a tournament life at stake as we see who will make their way into the grand finals. Overall, it starts here on week 3. As this going to be day 1, match 2 in Erangel.
First Erangel of the day, always a treat and pleasure to watch here because we know right after this is where the real game begins because it is the more competitive map, more balanced map for competitive play here, and the flight cuts by Nova Rapnoia all the way to the Severny.
Yeah, and I am just basically noticing that some of these teams will have their fair share of struggles. So on top of that, another thing I noticed is that the helicopter changes colors. Used to be blue, and now it's both green. Okay, that aside, of course, we see a couple of teams already moving out of the vehicle. The vehicle being the plane, of course. Is Tabah NSEA, who goes into military base, undisrupted by members of EHQ and HomeBois. This is storming into the far central area. Perhaps they could even book a Chinky for themselves if they want to. Securing some vehicles out there. We might just see a little bit of contest coming in from Farang. As HomeBois have got themselves a buggy of their own. MUGEN takes over 70. As there's not going to be Sem9 on board.
Yeah, Sem9's over at prison. They've shifted for the season here, and it's been, whoa, I guess, turning out for the best for them now that we have that sort of similar circle to day number 5 of last week. And so they did get a chicken too, Sem9, with this sort of circle.
Yeah, and getting this perfect hit start is just going to look also good. And speaking of greatness here, DBD coming up with the first blood, taking out iShots. And honestly, like this season, I feel like we're seeing less and less of iShots in the way that he doesn't always pop up on the feed that much.
Oh, well, I'll hold my thought and reserve my opinion because it's
interesting.
It's a cop chase right now. Look.
Nope, good luck taking my keys away now.
He's like holding a pistol. He was an actual cop right here. Hands in the air. And he gets the kill. Yeah, but like Team Secret, they had one great week number 1, but it comes in week number 2, somewhat the momentum just slowed down a little bit.
Can you imagine if he's really a police and he's like, stop where you are, and he still continues to jack the car away?
That's why he got
shot. That's a
boss
move.
That's why he got shot, man. The warning was there.
Oof. I'm not going to dive deeper to this. Don't want to get myself in the hot too. So, Axis, they got themselves 19 points to start off. Of course, with some of the teams that are not playing currently, like Geek Fam, there's going to be teams that are still going to be above their position as well. And I'm being, as we're looking at Axis right on, then switching out Kachong Susu, the expert of sanhok, will take a break for now as Leto was let into play.
Let to run around free, it seems, in Erangel.
Let me out.
Well, for rivals.
Why is everyone with pistols right now? Like, literally no weapons? They're in Rosa, by the way. I'm very sure there's ARs, MRs, but this is just shotgun, though. But we've seen players starting to love the shotguns a lot more throughout the season.
I mean, why not? Hitbox that big? I think you can't miss. You can't miss, provided you have to be, well, ballsy enough to be right in front of their face.
And over onto Sem9. Lamparn comes in, Adams goes out. And look at how much stash he has over onto the shelter grounds. He may not have that much mets, but he walks away with all level 3 gears, not even needing the crate to send them one. So, back to Genexus. The narrative continues. Oh, is that the first crossbow I see? I think that is.
Well, this
is he going to use it, though?
This is the first QR I see, though, popping up in erangel. So, do your part here. Play PUBG Mobile for free when you switch over to Yoodo, okay? They're giving you free, they're allowing you to burn as much data as you want to for this game. And so if you're an avid gamer, which you kind of are, even though if you said, yeah, I only play it on weekends if my friends invite me, you're watching the game. You're a fan. Go scan the QR, get yourself a Yoodo, start playing.
That's right. And Team Bosskurr is back in play. They missed out on sanhok. And somehow, this is so much more slow moving as compared to our sanhok round. As you guys are basically waiting for first blood. Or actually, first blood already passed through. But then again, you can follow us on Instagram. And that's all I'm going to say.
So you can't follow us on Instagram. Then he's going to link you onto PUBG Mobile Esports Malaysia. Or PUBG Mobile. Anyways, Crit VIP, Insomnus. Great stuff coming in with the previous round here. Securing 10 points onto the likes of Crit VIP, who's been struggling to secure much of a kill towards their end for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, and Insomnus just knowing what needs to be done to back in a handful of points to close out that round. Team Bosskurr now goes into shelter, might run into Sem9 as they drive past those skills of prison. And HYVE International didn't really have to move too much. They're only going to be on the factories of Milta Power. Blanks. Still trying to stock things up. Has quite a significant amount of utilities already. Specifically 4 frag grenades. You could basically lob at all 4 members or use one to take out all of them. Yep, I know. Nothing much going on for the time being as we are seeing rotations after rotations. But then again, does Tam want to pull the trigger? Because his buggy is now being spotted up. So Funky could drive closer, and this is where they will start to spread up. Erratic Spray, he's actually equipping 6x scope on an AKM. Only Kuza does that.
Well, Kuza is not here with VIP or Crit VIP, it seems, but Bard now spraying down to the likes of Farang Guerilla. They are, well, they kind of got the general direction of where the threats are coming from, but Tam, he's in a position too far open. They could just spray him down here if he's not be careful enough. But now they will cross the bridge, it seems, trying to find their way by, playing by the little ledge. And that is a point in which Bard will never get a shot at them.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard to even set their sights upon them. Bard trying to at least go for a pickoff here. Oh. Aims it directly on the back of the vehicle, tagging them out. And Funky drops out. Instead, he hops out of the van, or should I say the Jeep, as it's being burned to the ground. Then again, more and more of these taps trying to connect. Here comes Rex, though. This is going to be a perfectly primed nade. And whoa, my goodness, he gets one.
Yeah, the nades landing on all the right targets here in the smokes, and finally spots one out, trying to get out with the car. They stop by. That's going to lose them 3 members. Farang Guerilla. Oh, they shouldn't have gone in with the save.
Yeah, perfect nades coming out of the members of RSG. And by the time they want to move off, you can already see that the buggy doesn't seem like it could last another few minutes. So they could at least have Bravo to survive for the rest of the round. While Team Bosskurr Going into this area of play, I've been beginning to think that every single week we get a little bit more trend of the circle. This is a circle that was very similar to what we had on the final day of week 2. Red P getting looked upon on. And circle bringing them further forward into the shelter area, as well as the open ground where we call Medusa interaction.
Yeah, Team Hawk and Tabah NSEA might want to go swimming because HomeBois, RSG, Crypt VIP, and Sem9, they're all seemingly saturating the likes of this bridge. Tabah NSEA recognize that. Look at them already shifting their position to take it a long way out.
Yeah, and Crypt VIP, center stage, is needing to hold back HomeBois on the south side. Over north, some members of 4 rivals, or should I just say one of them has been picked up early on. Ranger carries forward to play here on game 2. Usually they switch him out after sanhok, but I'm glad that he's getting more airtime because you saw what happened in the fight that they had inside of sanhok against Axis redONE. Didn't go according to plan, but Ranger did some significant damage throughout. So we just need to see more of him so that he could get into the groove of things.
He did damage, but I think they didn't get a single kill, right? Therefore, they're still holding on at 0 points, it seems, but they do have 3 from this match so far. Taking 3 members. So RSG, yeah, they got stopped by Axis in a previous match. It seems like they're the bane of between each other. Hopefully they get to sort that one out comes the country finals, because you cannot afford that sort of mismanagement in a team fight compound continue in such a high level play.
Speaking of management of compounds as well as area, it's interesting to see how HYVE International goes in with a 2-2 split, and now we'll leave the Lumber Hills. Sem9 opting to find a pickoff, but not really having any chance being given overall. So yeah, for the time being, it will be a slow phase 2 until we close into phase 4. I think that's where all the party will start to give us fireworks of battles. As we already lost only 5 players for the span of 11 minutes.
Only 5 players, it says. Well, it's more than what we would have hoped in a map like Miramar, so I'm grateful nonetheless. But Tabah NSEA, a team who I thought would have done pretty great in week number 3, because it seemed like towards the end of week number 2, they were slowly picking up momentum. But right now, they start off in a bad foot. Maybe can come in with some redemption here. And Team Hawk makes their way across the bridge successfully. So HomeBois was in gatekeeping.
Yeah, HomeBois had a really rough week to end off week 2. Still at 0 points though for the temporary measure. I believe in that last round they did manage to also get any points in the back. So that's also due to the fact that they weren't playing after all.
Yeah.
So of course nothing to be scared of for now. RG hasn't left Milta. Now he's trying to see whether or not if he could get some good loots out of these guys. And true enough, probably just a few items out there. He's still at level 1 helmet. Same can be said about Ranger.
Take a look at Circle though. Closes onto the midpoint over at Genexus.
Yeah.
They're down in the center looking great, it seems.
Yeah, overall, it's been looking pretty good. And it is just a little bit more of trades coming out there.
Well, talking about nades though, it's being primed up right now with RSG Ranger. He's on the rooftop trying to fend off Team Hawk, who's trying to crash in, it seems. Oh, someone got a little bit of hit, but Ranger going in with the shotgun. Missed that first entry. Might get the other one, but he took a hefty amount of damage already, and so he will just get gunned down in the process. Team Hawk now takes over this small shed and call it their own home here. Can Team Hawk defends the like of RSG because already Brian spraying down Heikel from the far side.
Yeah, Ranger went in all alone, couldn't really hold out. He's starting to bleed out. No point for them to come in for a rescue. Now RSG, Brian tries to take over, pushes forward, opens the door, damage being done by Dan Cutie one more time. And Capper will be the one that knocks him out. RSG going one after another. Luke does some chip damage, but not enough to take out members of Team Hawk. There is still Heikel on the other side. Supplementing Dan Cutie as Heikel gets spotted out as well. Rex covering ground from the lower end of the hill. Then again, how long can Brian hide? He crawls in between those cars. Smart move, I would say, just to keep himself alive for a little longer.
Yeah, just stalling time, and well, his ears is still transferring information for the time being, so he knows if they're running out or not. But Camper shoots down Brian instead, and so RSG, they're coming out weaker in this trade here. They might have to be the ones who call it quits and maybe secure 2 members out of this compound fight and try and take on fights some other time.
Now only down to 2 members left. Not even having enough time to rescue Brian Leon. Look at the pop-off moment, and he gets to 1 HP left, though. Thank goodness he has the military vest, but then again, Vigor tagging him up, stealing the points away from RSG.
Well, I think he'll be happy with that one. He crippled the likes of Team Hawk, regardless, although he doesn't get the points by immediately. Still 1 member, Heikel, but he's getting shot here. HYVE International from the backside.
Yeah, HYVE just claiming some free pointers out there. DPD doing exactly the same early against Team Hawk, but then again, Echo hasn't been able to hit those bullets out of his Mini 14. Edo 10 having some smokes on his way, and that's going to be Camper that will be eliminated. 5 frags at the very least for RSG. Now relying on their only member, Luke, to fend them all off. But even about now, 5 points is still going to look pretty decent. But then again, 16 teams are still on board. Whoever goes out first gets no ranking points. I think Luke being knocked out.
Yeah, and they have to respect the likes of HYVE. HYVE actually making a beeline exit, though. So they're just in place to fend them off and find their better positioning. But that, I think, just went sour real fast. They got up onto Nasty. It's Singapore versus the Philippines right now. Where will the trade go? But from the far side, Aries starts spraying down against the likes of HYVE, shooting against a tree, actually wall bang through it.
Yeah, he bursted the vehicle and managed to secure one. Nasty needing a little bit more of a helping hand, but he's basically retrieving info. He's willing to sacrifice his life. Here comes Heikel. Close quarter combat. He gets... Oh my goodness, with the PP poison, he will shred. And then RSG bows out. At least 5 frags in their hand.
That felt bad. Yeah, I mean, RSG, they were going in. They were using shotgun, missed the first 2 hits, and that's it. That's your window. Despite the big hitbox, he wasn't predicting the position of the last member of Team Hawk, right? And that cost the entire team dearly, pretty heavily at the very least. Meanwhile, HYVE International went in straight, lost 2 members, leaving only 2 more to play with. Luckily, one of the 2 happens to be Edo 10, who has got... We've seen time and time again, or numerous times in last week, stepping up, right? HYVE got the God Nade by Edo 10 as well with the last few maps in Erangel, and now taking a kill of his own. That is MUGEN from Aris from MUGEN.
Yeah, MUGEN moving up the hills, fighting against them for quite some time now. But like MUGEN usually does in bigger maps, they will try to turtle in, go in for a little bit more of the proning sneak attack. However, for Team Secret now, facing off against Tabah NSEA, this isn't going to be an easy fight. Now that they've already lost, high shots from the get-go. Isaiah at least can prepare himself for a little bit more of a swerve on that buggy. Echo finally finds something as DBD pins one down. And next one to fall. Farang Guerilla somehow didn't even walk away with a single point in this match.
Oh, but Putra, though, if he gets the nade on point, that could be Team Hawk out eliminated, and they will. Putra, my God, this guy is doing trigonometry in a game of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, and the worst part for Heikel is that he's got nowhere else to run as well. He got to move out of that tree. So now goes Team Secret into the blue, trying to surf up north. There is a compound that they could book for themselves, and Kid will get first dibs. So, wonder how that one will work out later on. Yet again, Iron Pro on the ground, trying to heal up as he will go in for a little bit of jiggle. Iron Pro getting knocked out after a big turns off.
Oh, Genexus Team Secret. That seems to be like the ultimate ending, but first, HomeBois still spraying against some of these members of NC. He's not done just yet, but he is trying to play upon the high ground here. Magic's can just, and the rest of Tabah NSEA actually can just keep raining on nades into the low ground, eventually roll onto them, but CritVIP comes in, the thief of the night.
My goodness me. Too many battles happening across the mountain. Sonus also getting one against HomeBois while they are being pinned down. Sandwich in between. Crit hits him hard from behind. And this is not going to look all too easy for them. Samzy trying to pick them all off. And there goes HomeBois. Oh, it's going to be HYVE International instead. MUGEN wins the trade and walks out with 2 kills.
Wow. So MUGEN still in the game, still have got skins to play with. Meanwhile, CritVIP again securing their first ever kill with that third-party approach, taking out Tabah NSEA. Tabah did get themselves 5 kills, but not the 5 they would have hoped. I'm pretty sure they were thinking to look into the top 5 position instead. Meanwhile, Yoodo Alliance eliminated as well. Putra now spraying into the likes of Bosskurr. 4 teams within same compounds here, or same areas. Someone has to go.
Yeah, we're looking at the rest of Bosskurr trying to find those pickoffs there. MUGEN just hiding beside, and he knows. So he quickly starts to the back, but then again, will still be picked up by Zigzag, who's so fast on the attack.
Yeah, it was just moving in zigzags here. Can't keep up with the footwork. Just really great stuff. And meanwhile, MUGEN spraying into the smokes, hoping to, by God, catches anyone. But gets punished in the process here as Jumper has got eyes on one member of MUGEN, and that would be MUGEN now playing with a solo squad.
So many points being distributed to everybody right now. Just getting frags after frags. It's going to be members of Tabah NSEA with the most, but they did lose 2 members after the fight that we saw them take on. Virgil now drives forward. A lot of all these teams trying to get themselves positions, but Bosskurr now will find the free pick against Virgil. So many attacks, even coming from Putra that finds DBD. CritVIP crashes in the wrong area of play, and it's going to be the rest of 4 rivals to clear them out.
4 rivals, they still stand. Oh, the nade has been lopped out through the windows itself. Will it actually catch onto them? CritVIP is low, but they are 1 member, 4 rivals, who's playing well within the shed. It is Voki, but CritVIP has to go in with the heals right now. Raises much too low to be comfortable with the situation, and they're pincered down at the moment. So who's going to make the mistake? Voki gets the kill onto Insomnus.
Oh, this is a really good run for 4 rivals, but they are down to 2 members as well. Same situation against Tabah NSEA later on. Papuro picks off Xamzy on the vehicle. It will be Jimmy OP that drops out instead. 7th place finish for CritVIP. Meanwhile, Genexus striking them back. Bibu, the only one left, gets 5 frags. Now into the top 6. We see Frankie trying to shred apart members of Axis Red 1. And they have the healthiest teammates on board, along with Team Bosskurr, who have gotten 4 in the back. So this erangel fight probably will close even before 24 minutes.
Yeah, that's looking more likely than not. But Genexus, they lost so much in that trade against Team Secret. It's not even worth it at this point. They did get at least 4 kills, and 1 was secured for Bibu to bring up to the 5 elimination. But at this point, their firepower has to tone down. Meanwhile, Bosskurr, guns blazing, with all the members up. 4 members still standing again. Axis, shooting as far as he could, and actually wipes out the entirety of 4 rivals. And now we are in the top 5.
Oh boy, that's a really rough way to go out. But then again, we see them getting a lot of elimination points out there. Bosskurr have gotten themselves 6 pickoffs. And this is where Rush tries to at least launch an attack, coming in with taps to your rib. Goes in for a little bit more spray, trying to find Zigzag. They found themselves a ditch to work with, or should I say, this buggy will be a wall for them to protect themselves for the time being.
Axis now pulling a incredible maneuver, trying to crash in with this drive-by. Bubu's within the area. Can he clutch it against these two members who's trying to take over the compound? They're running him towards the edge. It is Rith who's in the blue. So one of their clutchmen will not be able to play things out here. Gets taken out. DBD might even secure their kills here. And now the war persists to go on as Bosskurr reigning supreme across this map, only losing one member. Tabah NSEA tries to go in with the run forward, but DBD holds them in place.
Bell playing by the smokes here, have find a little bit more intel for the team. As Frankie only has one pack left. I don't think Frankie can survive though. He's trying to pull this one out. He needs to basically run right in. Does he have the time? Only a few seconds left. He runs directly into the crosshairs of the rest of the players and will be taken out instead. But Frankie, somehow, gets claimed by the play zone, though those bullets were flying his way.
He did cripple the likes of Bosskurr though. Losing one member means Asfar is the only member here, and any peeks that he makes might get punished unless someone comes in from the far flank and take out the suppressors that is DBD. Meanwhile, Nate's been tossed into the compound in which Bubu currently resides. Unfortunately, did not actually enter the compound. Bounced one back, but Dell, he's going to see a little bit of skins here. Goes up, might get punished in the process.
Yeah, Asfar, this couldn't move at all. But then again, Circle's not going to be too far. If he still has utility, he could easily get it right through. Bubu just hugging the wall, waiting in for players to basically swing right into the door. I think he knows. We hear the cock of the grenade by the window. It's going to be a little bit risky for Bubu. But hey, noob, just shares it with him. I guess that he doesn't really have to pay rent.
Well, they're living rent-free right now. 2 members as well, so that's not a good sign as the gatekeepers or the caretakers of this entire building. Axis reigning free in this second floor. They will point the gun barrel towards DBD though, so be it as it may, Bubu actually has himself some time to maybe even play it into the top 3 position.
Gonna take a while though. It's already past 24 minutes where I say everything will be all over, and it's gonna be Hey Noob finding another one in the bag. Now it's down to the top 3. Genexus coming out with 6 eliminations as they have ended the round on 4th place. So one member being knocked down on the opposite end. I believe that's gonna be Bosskurr trying to salvage whatever they may. Asfar getting tagged already. Meanwhile, Zigzag is just proling his way into the circle. Hey Noob will get clipped off and sent for a 1-for-1 exchange. Hey Noob couldn't really get out of there. Same goes to Yen. Great roll coming out of Dell as he tries to get himself prone right in. Gotta squeeze on tied. Zigzag still doing ample amount of damage, just random sprays into the grass.
Yeah, getting punched there. DBD, they look like they had the highest of chance to actually get the chicken dinner. But now that the circle has shifted and they have to leave their comforts and compound, it is Bosskurr now finds themselves favorable, having the split already in place and getting the positioning of the remaining team members before this situation turns into a Mexican standoff. So they have eyes. They will shoot to the sides of DBD. That's Yen down. It's a 1v1v2. Bosskurr still has one more crawling in the process.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if they can actually revive it though. If it's going to 2v1v1, it's still entirely possible. And Ziggs finding a player in the form of Asfar. That's already 10 streak of points. All gathered from elimination. And it's DBD pulling the rabbit out of the hat. I'm not even sure when it comes down to 1v1s like that. But UB gets bold to still chase right in for those numbers. Only 4 players remain. Grenades lopped over onto Iman. A little far off through the back.
Yeah, Dell's out of medkit. He's just bandaging his way through, and so far he's getting away with it. He is the third-party member, but Iman has an idea. Dell is right there. And so Bosskurr with 2 members should theoretically fend this one off fairly simple, because they have 2 eyes to look in 2 different directions. Meanwhile, if he's going to die in the blue though,
Oh boy.
He's shooting in the right spot, but he's not connecting the hits. And now Dell actually trades one back. Oh, they get the kill there. Zigzag. Clutch things out for the boys. That is Bosskurr, and now Zeke's still left to be handled.
I don't think they know the position of Ziggs though. Curly may have actually heard some shots. Zigzag now goes out for a hunt. Easy picking down to a 1v1. Ima versus DBD's very own Ziggs. But the grenade now slowly gets primed in. Is it going to be short? Is it going to connect?
Ooh.
It does get a little bit damage done. Oh, man. And he's going to be able to spray and that's the secure it. Team Bosskurr ends round 2 in erangel with a big blow of the grenade. And here we have it, ladies and gents. Huge points secured by Team Bosskurr.
Yeah, definitely just trying to end things with style here. He had all the guns in the world to maybe shoot in the direction. He saw a bit of the wiggle movement above the grass, yet he chose instead, I'm going to use the nade and try to nade this guy down, going up with a bang. And so Team Bosskurr, despite not having the chicken dinner last week, this time finds themselves in game number 2 of day number 1 in week number 3.
Well, that's a lot of numbers out there,
Yeah.
but then again, we will have to take time to tabulate what or who will be at least getting the best rewards out of this, other than Team Bosskurr, of course, because we see a lot of high-fragging units out there. For Rivals has gotten 6 takedowns, Bosskurr, as well as Bubu. They've been working really hard. Bubu makes it to the top 4 regardless, so that's still ample of points to work around to keep up to Geek Fam.
Yeah, Geek Fam, obviously 22 points, will now find themselves in second place because Bosskurr brings home a big 25, but also DBD, much respect is given to them. They might just tie it with the Geek Fam themselves. So this is the real deal. It's the new bosses in town, and man, their CEO for the hit start.
That's right, and of course, we're going to be taking a look at what you guys might have missed if you just joined in between, because we got the highlights lined up for you.
Yeah, it's going to take a couple of times here, but we shall see. Some of the things that went down, DBD definitely on a roll, just spraying down. Genexus had a head start against 4 Rivals, just shooting them with guns and pistol. And, well, this was the kill in which Rax came in. Third party, what should have been a two-man casualty there turned into 3-man because they went in with the save, and so that was not a wise decision coming up from Farang Guerilla.
Yeah, overall, we're seeing a lot of postcard combat where teams are just charging in cars, taking fights, but with a little bit more of that jump out of the vehicle, you won't be able to get those quick trigger fingers. But the Genexus, they were basically hindered by a lot of other teams that were moving in the same direction overall. And then we had Genexus versus Team Secret, which we believe that Genexus have been able to win with some members depleted from Team Secret overall. But DBD, they have got a lot of points just eliminating all the other opposers inside the map, and it's all thanks to Ziggs throughout this match.
Yeah, DBD just absolutely insane, right? I mean, sure, given that they had the compound and they were playing how they did in the Sanhok map, which they got the chicken dinner last week as well. The luck is somewhat similar here. They didn't have to leave, but when they left, they lost like 2-3 members from the get-go, and it turned into the stalemate it did, because for the longest of time, it felt like maybe DBD was the one who's about to come out on top, but no, Bosskurr said, we're the real bosses, and we're a bit bossy about how we want our chicken dinner.
That's true. Well, I'm not too sure what they're gonna cook it with for tonight, but what's cooking here is that you guys can basically log into PUBG Mobile today and play with your friends, treat chicken dinners, and you'll be walking away with the Lilac Attack suit. And I still love how it rings on the mouth. Lilac Attack. Sounds like a thing that rappers would say. We're not exactly rappers. I know some of you guys might clip some of these big plays and put it all together and...
What is that?
That's basically rap gods on the background.
Oh, okay. It sounded real distorted there. I couldn't have gotten that one for sure. But man, okay, up to a great start. erangel, and so far we've seen a team that hasn't really caught our attentions in week number 2, despite having crazy frags in Sanhok. Now getting themselves a chicken dinner. Could this be the week 40 underdogs?
I really do wonder because Team Bosskurr has been growing throughout this marathon of a league where week 1, sure, a little bit of a slow burner for them. Week 2, looking better. Week 3, now, just basically showing us in some of these games what they could possibly do by just getting themselves the chicken dinner on their first game.
Yeah, I mean, DBD as well, right? Like these two teams. And I believe some of these other teams had their moments with like HYVE and MUGEN as well. They went against each other. I forgot who actually came out on top in that trade, but man, they're at least trying and putting in the effort here. I think it was HYVE who stopped the, was it Team Hawk or was it RSG? Because they were sandwiched in between Team Hawk and HYVE International from the background. So they got some decent kills there. Unfortunate for them, they crashed into MUGEN and they lost. Yeah, now and it's all coming back at me.
A little bit more of that throwback going on, and of course, we'll be having Game 3 later on, but before we hit into Game 3, your thoughts overall, because we have had all these big teams, sure, right, racing for the titles, but if out of all these 16, who do you think by the very end of all the weeks will not get to play that grand final?
I think it's whoever is rocking the single digits right now, right? Truth be told, because if you were to assume that that team down at the bottom with like 8 points, 9 points, gets themselves a full 20 this week, they still walk away with like 29 points, which might not be enough if the rest of the teams, I believe on top, was already at 28 and ish, right, in a qualifying zone.
Yeah, overall, they just really have to find that rhythm, or basically strike that first chicken dinner with all their might, and then they will start
Still
to
hope
understand,
the best.
like, oh, so this is how it feels like to be Geek Fam. I get it now, right? Or this is how Genexus got so many chicken dinners on the past week, and by the time that you're winning so much that it becomes a habit with.
Yeah, it could also, habits can be bad things too. Habits can be bad things. If you're so fixated on a single gameplay and strategy, what if the people adapt to your strategy already? And so you're going to keep repeating that comes in week number 3. We've seen, even in sanhok itself, the drops are different.
Yep. Wise man once said to me that your enemies won't know what you're doing if you don't know it yourself. So sometimes maybe the best game plan is not to have any plans at all and go with the flow.
You can't fail if you don't participate.
Okay. Give me more.
Yeah.
What else?
We can't have stats if we don't see the stats.
We can't have a break before we see your break. Anyways, okay. I think we've gone too far with that.
Yep.
So, with that said, of course, we thank you guys for joining us here on a weekday. I know some of you guys might have just left your office. Some of you guys are doing assignments of schools and many other things. Maybe dinner time as well. Are you hungry, Keith?
I've actually had a bite before I went onto the studio, so I'm relatively okay, but I know the people at home are probably getting hungry right now. Well, bear with us. Stick around, we'll break fast together. Well, I break fast. I just mentioned I had a bite.
Were you fasting today?
No, I just mentioned I had a bite before I walked in.
Okay, fair enough. So, what would we look at in terms of week 2 that is maybe a little bit of a surprise of elements, because the teams that we expected to go to grand finals, if they don't push out this week, then final week might just be too late,
Well, luckily, this format, the moment you have one good week and you have subpar the rest of the 2 weeks, I think you're still making it onto the 16th, into the top 16 to move on to the country finals. So at least you know that it's lenient like that, right? Because I think now down in the bottom 4, I believe it was MUGEN, HYVE, SMG barely makes it at 16. Right? I don't remember. I don't remember the rest down in the bottom, but there are a bunch of the teams down there. And well, you have to break a certain threshold to make sure that the 4 remains the way they are. Now, let's take a look at the teams to focus here, because we have Team Bosskurr. Obviously, they did win the chicken dinner in that map alone. DBD coming in strong with that sheltered. A shield and a sword. They're both great at offensive and attacking play and defensive play. Meanwhile, Axis starting to show up signs. They've done great things in sanhok and now in erangel too.
Yeah, and they walk away with 14 points as you speak, landing that top 3 position. Genexus comes in with 14 tied as well. But of course, the biggest winner has to be Team Bosskurr with 25 points and 10 limbs. DBD is actually really sharp in this matchup with 23 points to close off that round. 4 rivals now with 10 points, 5 points each, RG as well as Crit VIP. The rest, everything's just lower than 8, I would say.
Yeah, man, Zeke's definitely came in. It comes in as the MVP here. 6 eliminations, 1 man alone from the barrel of his gun, dealing 890 damage, about 40% team contribution, with the furthest only being 116, so that does not give him much of a stats there, but hey, MVP points nonetheless. Right now in the #1 spot. Second is not Geek Fam, but that goes to Axis instead with sheer consistency alone.
Yeah, and take a look at that. Geek Fam as well as Genexus just next to each other right now. 25 versus 22, but it's other teams that are taking over that #1 spot. Crit VIP now getting pushed down with Genexus basically climbing the board only a slightest bit. 18 points and 17 for NC, 12 for rivals, and 7-9 with 10. MUGEN makes it the top 10. But of course, those are still early rounds, and we're hoping to see more of it, but still, massive improvement, which they definitely deserve a round of applause.
Yeah, they have to come and continue the momentum they're at. And I honestly, if they played like they did in the last few days for week #2, I think they might even find themselves going up top. They should be the MUGEN train that runs people over. Although, you know, it's a risky move. You might be the ones losing the 50-50 trade. But man, MUGEN, I think they were enjoyable to look at, especially in the last few days last week here. Now, let's take a look at how those chicken dinner was earned. Contra, please enlighten.
Okay, so they start off in Yasna, Pollyanna, and they're already directly inside a circle, and you can already see they plant themselves into shelter grounds. And early on, 7-9 was on prison, but wasn't really located right here, meaning to say that they didn't really have to force battles out there. So they loot up inside a shelter, and majority of the fights were taking place on the outskirts of Milta of North. So this allowed them to safely pick up some points and work that magic, I would say.
Well, I think it was an early rotation, right? That's why they bypassed the likes of Sam9. That's what...
It's not the quickest, but it's still considered early.
Yeah, so Sam9 only made the rotation downwards at this current point in junction. So a lot of the places are cleared for the entry of Bosskurr to move on in. Everyone has got eyes instead on the compound that Genexus is currently lying in. Eventually, DBD comes in as well to occupy the neighboring city, the neighboring house or shed, and it became this 4-5-way stalemate, especially with NC, who lost a couple of members already, and so getting pressed down by Axis, who has their eyes on Tabah NSEA. Bosskurr has eyes out the entire playfield, and that's why they're so lethal, right? Because they are the last movers, and usually when it comes down to a stalemate, he who moves the last has the most info to play around with. They did shoot the likes of 4 rivals and Tabah NSEA in the process, but when it came down to this 3-way threat, Bosskurr already had the widespread 2 members still living. It is as far on his knees, but the info has been transferred onto the Bosskurr members themselves that DBD is within this house and Axis is in the other.
It's also impressive that even with those sort of compounds, like Bosskurr stays alive because they were so caught up with each other. We saw DBD taking on Axis Dell, and then I think the rest can be self-explanatory with 3 members still left on board, but down to 1v1. So kudos to Zix because he managed to find so many pickoffs out there in the open. So with that said, that concludes our first round of erangel. So hope you guys are excited for the next one because we're going to see another team come right in, and I don't want to take some break.
Yeah. So we won't get into the nitty-gritty on who that team is, but obviously it is going to be a team from Group B. Now going back into play, playing their first erangel here, which means if Geek Fam is going to continue any sort of momentum from they did of what they brought in from last week, which they did with today and a Sanhok chicken victory. If they're planning to do it again, then this erangel map might be their best shot at doing so. And so we're all excited to look out for it, but we have to wait when it happens. So a quick break from us first in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. This is Contra, I'm Keith. I'll see you in the next match shortly, but first, let's fill this up. Bye-bye.
Dia jadi star player. Adakah hari ini dia jadi star player? Musim bunga 2022 takut kepada.
Sebab musim bunga pun telah pun berakhir. Kami telah bersedia untuk meneruskan perjuangan.
Tiada siapa yang boleh menghalang kami, kepulangan Sang Raja, untuk menuntut balik kegemilangan.
Former teammates.
Kini menjadi saingan. Who will be better?
Untuk pencapaian yang lebih tinggi. Kelahiran era yang baru untuk gagah menerus ke hadapan.
Pride of the nation. Defended by us.
Battlefield baru telah pun bermula.
Kali ini 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall 20 Julai 2022 redONE.
First kali Aizin, selamat ke TS dan mungkin kalau dah start liga kau takkan selamat dah Aizin sebab kau akan kena bunuh dengan aku je lah kalau kau main. Ham dekat SEM9 tu, jangan selesa sangat dekat SEM9 dengan Ham Kalau kau tusu nanti, kau better datang gaming house kita orang sampah-sampah je.
Okay, kepada Bosskurr, terima kasih sebab kau ajak aku masuk sini tiba-tiba untuk aku bantai kau.
Kepada Aziz, kita orang dah ambil jumper, so kita orang dah bagi korang rig. So, korang buat yang terbaik untuk season ni, okay?
Kepada Forever's, walaupun saya di loan kat Exist, jangan harap saya bagi chance kepada Forever's. Kepada pemburu, jaga-jaga sikit meja kau tu.
Man, kenapa nak cakap ni? Kau dah tua dah, Man. Tak payahlah main lagi. Kenapa nak main lagi, Man? Dah tua dah. Jaga anak je. Jadilah ayah berguna, Man. Jadi ayah yang berguna, Man. Tolonglah, please lah. Sorry.
So untuk Drax, hati-hati, aku akan lebih daripada korang. Korang ingat kau power sangat ke? Dah lah tak power.
Okay, kepada tim SEM9, lelaki Iman Farang tu aku harap kau buat yang terbaik lah season ni. Harap kau tak terciduk lagi untuk season ni. Kau buat yang terbaik lah. Sebab dah tukar player kan, takkan duduk top 16 lagi.
Team Forever, aka Team 4IGL.
So, kepada Dingoz Esports, korang tahu kan kat akad tu kita punya. Korang still lagi nak bagi free point ke? Kan? Kepada IGL Iskido pula. Nama saya kan Kid. Kenapa nak Iskido lagi? Saya memang anti Kido ni.
Season lepas saya jadi coach, saya tengok korang main semua macam sampah. Sekarang korang jaga. The King of Uzi is back.
So Insomnus, I received your message. You want to come here, but too bad because you are here. We are here.
So maybe Bill is up there right now, but don't let your guard down, Bill. I'm coming for you.
Okay, kepada Pasha dan The Jumper, walaupun kita pernah susah sama-sama dekat SEA Games itu, tapi ingat ni kali PMPL kita orang takkan bagi chance lah.
Kepada Creed VIP, thank you sebab dapat nombor 16. Tak sepertinya tukar nama, korang boleh bantai kita orang dengan firepower baru korang. Orang tua Kuza, jaga-jaga. Kita orang cari kau.
Kepada tim VIP Cirit tu, korang yang rasa diri korang hebat nak blok-blok kita orang nanti kita orang akan ajar korang dekat tournament nanti. Jangan sampai korang tercirit-cirit nanti, tak boleh main.
Okey, untuk pemburu duduk rumah dan diam. Jangan sampai aku kentik concern kau. Okey?
So saya nak tuju kepada tim SEM9, kapten dia Man Farang. So Man Farang get ready, saya akan bantai dia dekat musim yang akan datang. So jaga-jaga, hati-hati. I will kill you.
4 tahun bersama-sama. Sebenarnya aku bosan tengok game kau. So sebab tu aku kick kau. Tak boleh toksi banyak-banyak, nanti kena kecam balik.
Bot K 4 kali champion.
Gua tak perlu same snipe lah. Lu orang semua sayur. Kalau Dingoz Esports season pertama main pun takkan sampai C lah bro.
Itu mungkin season depan. Tapi season ni korang tengok je lah. Jangan nanti kat atas tu korang diam-diam pula.
Mana dia tahu dia tak main. Dia contribution bukan sekadar kill sahaja.
Mantap.
Bot K 4 kali champion.
Tahu gila lembik gila. Tak nak aku.
Nak aku.
Hai, saya Adik. Saya Ham.
Wih. Asal dah boot game ada kat sini?
Benda ni.
Tak, yang pertama tu asal gerak.
Janganlah.
Oh, so okey, kau dulu.
Wih, panas. Wih.
Bodoh. Apa tu? Lembik bodoh.
Ya. Kuat. Okey, kuat dulu.
Ya, kau.
Benda baik.
Atas tu. Dah tahu lah.
Tak ada.
Oi, apa benda ni?
Apa tu? Lembik gila.
Okey. Okey. Geli sikit ni. Nak try yang ni lah.
Digigit dok ni tadi.
Yang ni lah.
Ni gilat dok.
Ni baru kari tadi.
Aku warna kot.
Warna naga. Hamster.
Sabun.
I think kura-kura.
Nanas. Kaki ayam tangan ayam
Oh, nanas.
Kaki ayam. Sini boleh. Nanas bongok.
Okey, dah habis sesi permainan kita untuk hari ini. So, jangan lupa saksikan kami di
2022 PMPL
MYSGPH Fall.
Binabal ang iyong nakikita na nga namin. The 50 ay dami na by RSG Rex. Tuloy mo pa.
Group, meron pang 5. Pero Mika OP, alam na alam kung nasan si Iftar. Ba't ka nagpapanggap na bato? Ikaw pa yan na. Huwag lang mananakdown, HYVE. Take care. Kanina pa kayo bumabaril. Siguro konti na lang pero si Mika OP ay bumaba na nga mga kaibigan. Kasi nga gumagalaw na ang blue zone. 1 courtesy of Snipe. And right now. Boom!
Now, paano kayo makakapag-up at least ang ating Geek Fam? Mantikang at harap-harapan na nga ito, ulo to ulo, head to head. Sino kaya ang magwawagi sa ating Geek Fam at sa SMG? But yun na nga, HomeBois, paripan to...
Hi everyone, this is Blackpink.
We're so excited to be back in PUBG Mobile with tons of great surprises for all of you.
By the way, first ever Blackpink in-game concert will be held exclusively in PUBG Mobile starting on 22nd July. Don't forget to support us through the in-game events to unlock the exclusive Blackpink rewards and more.
Follow PUBG Mobile social for more information. 네, 너무 기쁘네요.
Come and meet us in the game. See you soon!
See you there, please.
Neo Speed awakens. Realme, dare to leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and the mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchants is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchants, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hip-fire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the Season Rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Hey, you've changed. Yesterday you ate nasi lemak sotong. Today you are eating nasi lemak ayam. Who you are today is not the same person 10 years ago or even yesterday. And that's okay. Yoodo is all about change. Stop conforming and go your own direction. Because sometimes you change to set the trend. Embrace the new and do it your way. Like right now, I'm addicted to. Then sometimes change is forced upon you. We say just vibe with it. And if you want to change your plans, you can do it safely. We're fully digital, so you don't even have to queue outside the telco store. Sometimes you change because it just feels right. Forget what other people say because we save contracts. Change your hobby. Congratulations. Change your plans. Change your job. Change your plans. Huh. Change your wedding plans. Change can come anytime, anywhere. Yoodo is ready to change when you want to do it your way.
So change is good, right? Only when you're ready for it. Man eating nasi lemak. And when you are, change can start by downloading the Yoodo app.
Save more when you customize your data, voice, and SMS with the Yoodo app. Change comes when you do it your way today.
Welcome back to the PMPL MYSGPH Fall 2022. This is Contra as well as Keeve as we're ready to take on our third match of week 3 in day 1. So we've already had 2 chicken dinners and, well, Bosskurr, that was a massive chicken dinner that they've secured by the end of the match.
Yeah, I mean, well-deserving too. They've been teasing themselves with a chicken dinner for the past few games, I believe. Like even when last week itself, they've done spectacularly in some of the games, but just could not close things off to actually get themselves a chicken dinner. And so finally them here walking in with a chicken dinner. Great stuff, good head start for some of these teams, and one of those teams have to be Geek Fam. In fact, let's take a look at the stats of the previous matchup alone.
Let's have a look, and we're going to have Ziggs here on the number 1 spot, and this time around, Biu doing 814 damage overall, and Aboy comes in 3rd place. As much as Bosskurr took the dinner home, Ziggs definitely was the superstar of the map.
Yeah, and take a look at the most eliminations here. Still, Zeke's coming in with 6 kills under his name. Biu with 4 of his own. Aboy with 4 as well, just to tie things out with the likes of Genexus. But I think he edged out a little bit more in terms of, you know, the crucial kills. I think our boy should have a little bit of a head start there, since Bosskurr did get the chicken dinner at the end of the day. But moving on, we have the match 3 in place here. It is the second erangel map of the day here. Group A, B, C, D will be playing. Group E is out, which means we won't be seeing the likes of 4 rivals, Sem9, Farang Guerilla, and HYVE International.
That's right, and let's also welcome back Team Secret into the match. HomeBois, well, actually, Team Secret was also playing in the previous one, so I was just thinking about how this will possibly be the difference now that Geek Fam will come back up online. Genexus came in into a top 4 of the standings, so I wonder if they're gonna meet again, this time taking some really huge fights.
That's what everyone's expecting and hoping for today, right? Or week 3 onwards, because we've seen the rise of Geek Fam and how scary and dominant they were in last week's matches, securing the number 1 spot again after week 1 number 1. Week 3, could it be Geek Fam again? And it all depends on the sort of momentum that they're going to run with for the rest of the week. It's only day number 1 of week number 3. But of course, with erangel and Geek Fam, and after the chicken dinner they had in Sanhok, I'm no doubt they might be a strong contender.
That's right, and this is Gangster Street now open up for you guys to take the Malik as well as Shark voice pack. Well, I say you take, but then again, you have to earn it in a way or another. And one very simple way is to drop by the locations of the PMPL and PMCD launch party. And you know, today's a Wednesday, you know what that means.
Yeah, it means freebies up for grabs here in PUBG Mobile. It's the Jam Pack Wednesday, or Rabu Padu, in which every single login is going to give you chicken tokens, okay? Collect 3 for you to actually unlock the Lilac Attack Suit, Contra's favorite. I think it looks like a 5-year-old glittery backpack.
5-year-old glittery backpack?
Look at that. Isn't that one of those holographic backpacks you bring and flex onto your
It's
Tusker?
so bougie, man. Like, you see those bags on those Dior stores which you don't even dare to set foot on.
They don't look like that.
You never know.
But you know what looks good? This set right here, the Mecha Sanctum set, all within the Royal Pass M3. All you have to do is go onto PUBG Mobile, start the grind, and unlock the pass, okay? Kill 2 birds at 1 stone, earn a chicken dinner and a whole set a whole row of the Mecha Sanctum set.
That's right, and of course, this is some brand new hypercars that you can secure for yourself in PUBG Mobile. And of course, ignite the engine now, players. And this is the Koenigsegg Jesko as well as Gamera that you're currently seeing. The brand new Koenigsegg 1 has arrived at PUBG Mobile. So make sure you see what it can offer you as you unlock it and have some fun rides ahead.
Yeah, only in PUBG Mobile where you'll be able to afford such beauty up on the screen here. And talking about what's beautiful, Egypt always has a beautiful history, rich history, and a very nice architecture, which is happening right now here, especially with the brand new X suit coming soon. Okay, so this is something that you really want to get yourself updated on. So make sure you're followed on all PUBG Mobile platforms to find out how you can earn this that X suit. Honestly, I would rather just wear the suit that is one of the gods statue there, right? The golden gods. That
Too shiny though. You pop in the middle of nowhere, and then like, good luck being in the shiny Ghibli suit by doing so. Anyways, of course, we're gonna be preparing ourselves for what's about to come. So tell us about it.
Well, we have match number 3, that's for sure. Bless you, my boys. Getting cold right here, you know, a little bit of a wind drop. But who do we think is going to get the chicken dinner for this match here? It is Geek Fam.
We're
across the
today.
board. Wow, okay.
Are you copying me?
No, we didn't. We didn't plan this one out, that's for sure. All right, so how it goes is every single day we walk in, we leave a prediction. Sometimes we're doing it side by side, but today we came in at different times, and so, this is totally coincidence. So Genexus, we were wrong. Now, Geek Fam, are we both equally wrong about that?
I'm on the same page where, you know, they claim one back in sanhok already. Sometimes we are predicting too far ahead of time.
Yeah.
You know, like, it may be, it may not be, but I think that...
Chances are,
whether they pick it or not, they will still end up in a good placement at the very least. So, depending on the circle, though, I think like if it were to be, say, an island circle, I think we don't really get too much of that. That might actually give teams like Geek Fam as well as Genexus some problems.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, because they play center in the main peninsula, one over at Georgia Pole, one more over in Yasnaya. However, I do want to see that happen, right? I want to see if they could actually break that momentum or you know, prove the people wrong that the circle is what's given them chicken dinners. So come up, show with some skills, and actually defy against all odds. And we've seen them do that time and time again, and I'd like to see that one happen because Geek Fam already up in a great start. First chicken dinner of the day. This might be their next, and this is their second game to play here, and just so happened to be the last erangel game of the day.
That's right, and of course, within a minute or less, we're gonna find out that if our predictions could possibly run into that perfect conclusion. But then again, man, I don't like how my streak has just fallen out here on week 3. And it doesn't really matter, but what does matter is that you guys stay put because although it's Rabupado today, I know that you guys want to play with your friends. Make sure you at least pop us on your laptop, your tablet, or any screen that you have, and you could basically enjoy playing as well as watching some of the pros go at it. So, with that said, Keith, are you ready?
I'm always ready. In fact, I think I'm a bit impatient. I'd like things to go faster. Let's go. Over into Erangel we go. The last Erangel map of the night before we greet ourselves onto Miramar. But hey, no mentions about that name because that's destination tomorrow. Right now, we still have Erangel to focus on.
That's right. And speaking of which, once again, now with the flight path really skewing towards the south side, there can be a little bit more of an option to be a circle in military base. Then again, we've already gotten one over onto shelter. It also passes by at the very end of it all. At this rate, could be anywhere. And we'll expect Geek Fam to drop really early to secure their vehicles on the far western end of the map. Meanwhile, MAB flowing alongside with DBD. They are gonna be having a little bit of a dicey situation, I think.
Dicey situation. Like that. Which means, I mean, that dicey just describes the entirety of PUBG Mobile, right? You don't know what number it'll fall on, don't know where the circle's gonna go, but hey, you just have to deal the numbers you were dealt here.
You know, like, if there was a dice, you know those dice they use for card games like Magic the Gathering?
12 faces dice?
The one with 20.
Oh my god, it goes that high?
Because there's 20 teams, right? You roll that dice, falls on, okay, team number 8. Okay, that will be it. But here we are, Circle leaning to Geek Fam's territory.
Oh my god, they're just getting away with things today, huh? Everything just flows the way they want it to, and it seems that they might have the edge, especially being first movers into their own compound as Georgia Paul. They might get the loot there themselves and just stay put till Circle closes away from them or potentially even on them, and we'll see how that one fans out.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the rest of the teams will be just doing the regular loots, and right now I notice one thing different. Their players, everyone's equipped with a special season skin. When did that start?
Oh. Now that you say that, I can't take my eyes off it. Ooh, looking pretty nice, I would say. Also, we could match the Mecha Sanctum. Incentive to play PUBG Mobile as a pro player, you get all these perks.
And if you want to get some of these outfit, you can't. You have to make it onto the Pro League.
Like these nothing that they could possibly do to actually get themselves a little bit more out there. Jenny now rolling right in, and the rest of them will convoy their way into the circle, while the rest of Geek Fam are just about to arrive to the target location, back into the home ground of Georgia Pole. But then again, they have plenty of time to loot up from. Another circle is upon them. Just have to be wary if anyone else is going to be dropping into their city. And I wonder what if the circle closes into, say, the container areas. That would be a really fun matchup because I want to see how Geek Fam defends that.
Yeah, because we've never seen a fight take place over in containers. Surely it's not the most easiest of things. For one, containers just stand taller than players. So it's an obstruction in a view, and every corner is a 50-50. You're going through a maze. I think if you're smart enough, you take the fight elsewhere and, you know, roll your dice on a better situation then.
Geek Fam always rolls at #1 spot, though.
That's true. That is somewhat true.
You know, like those movies where it's directed by Stephen Chow, and then like they take those dice and they roll it, and like it just stacks all together. I'm not too sure if you're into those kind of movies, though. But those were fun. Like doing something we can't do on a day-to-day.
Did you see that earlier?
What was that?
There was a Koenigsegg promo in the assets of the game. The in-game asset, there was a
free
banner.
Stuff. Free stuff.
So I guess Koenigsegg is coming.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Make sure you claim it though. But hey, maybe hasn't been able to have their glorious moment throughout either rounds that they were playing early on. We're starting to see a little bit of fumble coming in. Shots being fired coming out of Bosskurr. Just stopping MUGEN from coming into the city. I don't think that they had the intention to stop out of the city either ways. But at least good work on Bosskurr's end to flush them aside.
Flushed out they did. The MUGEN train finds their way in a different intersection here. We'll find a different destination. I mean, they're trains for a reason. They will move in a single file as they look for the next compound to probably set their sights to and camp for the time being. Because it is MUGEN, they do play, to a certain extent, a bit more passively. They like to hold ground instead of actually try and take it. But as we saw last week, that didn't really pan out. What's this?
So they have 95, 92, and 80. But what's the price tag though? How much does it cost?
So 95 is a cheap one for us, right?
Yeah. In some countries, they call it 92. But it's essentially almost about the same. 97 is the expensive one.
So I guess that it's cheaper. It goes down to 80. The requirements are less.
You know, it's even cheaper if you find those gas gallons on
that's true.
shacks. Free gas. Hey.
Those are dirty gas, man.
Dirty gas?
No, dirty gas. You're going to put that in your engine and, you know, just have a blockade somewhere. I don't know. That thing's exposed for the longest of time.
But somehow it still allows them to roll.
They are running in older cars. Oh, well, as you say that.
No, you didn't roll.
He rolled out. He came out rolling.
Autobots roll out.
Oh, there he is.
Wait. How?
I don't know.
That's just a small building. How do you even fall off? Any replay for that? I want to see how he falls. I want to see how that happened. I'm genuinely curious. It's Yesaya.
You know the rule, man. Let's not raise suspicion on this incident. We wouldn't want any funny conclusions now.
Yeah, this is an X-file to uncover. Luyu, oh Luyu. Needs the captain to assist him.
Yeah, his friend was around, but he just drove past by. So that's something.
Everyone's like, nah, we don't care. We don't. And any tiny bit.
Oh.
But over here, Team Secret. Oh, man. Will get knocked out of his feet. Ranger coming out with the first blood from RSG. They just basically gate crashed into the parts of the city and picked one off. It feels like they're about to start a beef with Team Secret. Unless if it's on a platter, I don't think that they're going to share that dinner.
Well, you can put a chicken on a platter, but it's still not going to be big enough. As per the economy. So chicken's getting scarce now, especially with our agriculture going down. And so
I somehow heard the news on the radio today that they tell me that we don't have to worry about that anymore. And then they say, like, find out next on the next song.
Two questions. Number one, you still listen to the radio. What are you?
A little bit.
Number two. You're right. There was a news that says that our supply of chicken in Malaysia is an exceeding of 106%.
106%.
Than the required need for the population. So
so in that short span of time, they just bred those eggs into chicken. I mean,
question is, are those even actual chickens? Could be fake chicken.
Yeah, and overall, I mean, still not too certain will the prices remain inflated though. Every chicken rice place I go to has bumped it up another 2 ringgit.
They found a reason to. They don't have to bring it down.
Yeah, I wonder what's the situation like in Singapore as well. Like, because honestly, I love the chicken rice. Something that I easily admit to because it's so good. And wonder if the chicken shortage also affected them a little bit. Anyways, there's no shortage here in PUBG Mobile every single game.
Oh, no, I beg to differ. I think it's always a shortage. Only one team gets the chicken. Everyone else, it's off to the grass fields. Start chewing on vegetation.
Eat dirt.
Yeah, eat dirt. Even worse than grass, right?
Yeah. And for now, the only one that has fallen off was Team Secret's Kid. So, lacking of firepower for this round. Luyu's got some roaring engines. I don't think that he can actually last out. He will just power his way through. Oh boy. Honestly, okay, if you get to choose a car in Miramar to bring into real life, what would you be driving?
The Jeep, hands down.
The UAZ?
Yeah, because why not? It's a utilitarian. I have a thing for those sort of vehicle. I think it does more than just take you from point A to point B.
I would equip a brand new skin on the Dusty, the Coney set, and I will basically flex all over the town. You could do that too. Oh my God!
Oh, so that was
I
a
set
lead up.
you up.
I did. You hit and a miss.
But hey, whichever would do just fine. But then again, my legs all cramped up. I don't think I can drive. I could possibly require a chauffeur. So you take the wheels.
With a hypercar, man, nah. I wouldn't own one. I don't think I'll ever own one, and I don't want to even if I could. They're notorious of breaking down, you know what?
Really?
Yeah. They're not the most reliable thing on the air.
I could understand why if you're going to be driving on Malaysian roads because there's too many humps on the road.
No. Like the engines are not built to last. They're built for performance, and with performance comes wear, like crazy wears.
Oh, where?
Oh.
Where did that shot come from? Look at you. Oh my goodness. And he says, oh.
Now we're
take
getting
that
somewhere.
one out and follow PUBG Mobile Esports MY.
Now we're getting somewhere with the puns. Let's go. Let's revitalize the cringe. Let's go. And just like that, it was just like awkward silence, right? You just had to...
Trying to think of one. Give me time, man.
You didn't seem to have a problem coming up with that one. Whatever happened to your magics? Huh?
Lost touch. Well, I guess they don't come into contact most of the time. And Magic's on the top fragger of the team of Tabah NSEA. With this addition in the season, he's already easily the rookie of the split. But then again, I'm not too certain have he actually changed his name, or maybe it was known as another player back then. But everybody's battling for the hills once more, a sight that was familiar for the majority of the teams. This time around, Genexus doesn't get advantage here. Forced to move in by the north point of Georgia Pole. They can eventually move to the south and take over some of these locations, but they got to do it quick.
I think that's exactly what they're going to do, right? Because they understand that Georgia Pole is Geek, and if the circle closed in the way it did, they must have already moved. So they're going in from the north point because they know that Geek has already evacuated the area, and now it's going to be an entry point to its circle.
Insomnus, captain for the team for Crit VIP from the last season, changes into the squad. I see them getting a little bit more of a higher average pointer than they used to get on those weeks that they've been playing, and still remaining around the top 12 spot to the top 10. So long as they maintain this sort of spree, come grand finals, they might be able to make it out. Maybe.
They will try. I think the odds are pretty good.
I like that the south side of the bridge gets updated, but the ones on Georgia Pole are old school bridges where you kind of climb to the side, but the Genexus ready to strike.
Oh, this is Shredder.
Here it goes.
Yeah, it goes straight into the booby trap of Genexus. Shredding 2 members so far. I don't think it's going to fall to the ball. Heikel, the last man standing for Team Hawk. That rotation costed them dearly. And now access to join in with. It's, this is farming at this point.
What in the world? The Genexus getting everything in the bag. Unbelievable. 4 men, and they just leave 1-2 stranded. Into the waters they go.
That's easily a 6-pointer, right?
Right.
Okay, 5-pointer now since 2 members from Axis made it out and 1 member of HYVE. Yeah.
I can't believe it.
Paid out big time.
Usually teams have tried, but they won't be able to knock out more than 2 members out. And this, you tell me. I think that was easily 6, like you said. 1 now crawling under the bridge. So he's like, okay, maybe I have a fighting chance to survive. Unbelievable stuff coming out of Genexus.
Perfect setup too. Big brains.
Yeah. And bigger muscles on the trigger. So much recoil control. Imagine that. One after another. Left, right, left, right, left, right.
Immediately a sore arm to follow after.
If that was in real life. But thankfully, esports players,
they
take care of their hands.
All that, and for this sort of circle to greet them, that Team Hawk must have been kicking themselves in the foot. Like if only we played it a bit more patient, we wouldn't have pushed through the inevitable there.
Oh my word. Well, the circle though. Geek Fam, they understood that they could just play it safely. They don't have to go up those hills. They could just basically play around. Okay, well, let's hold that for now because boy knows that somebody's out there not willing to take that risk to jump down. Because the blue zone is about to creep in about 20 seconds from now. So he'll just leave them be, at least secure some position. Leto's still floating in water. He's not even trying to swim.
He's done for sure. He can stay there for the longest of time, get a little bit of a brain patterns going on his fingers, but hey, meanwhile, more fights taking place.
Oh, a little bit of casualty here, a little bit of run-in coming from HomeBois as well as MAB. NSEA marches forward, but Crit VIP, they're on the bunker as well. 3 members down, make that 4, and it's just helter-skelter going on. Iron Pro, one tick of left, and it's MAB that walks out alive. Oh my word. Just a mess. Every car now being parked right in, and there can only be 3 drivers.
Yeah, but Crit VIP, surely they've seen the so-called helter-skelter. They might as well come in as a third party and start, you know, prodding the area a little bit. Even if they get the revive and get the heals on, I think they're trapped in place.
Yeah, and we already see some players on the waters. And Luyu just easily watches by as the rest of Axis trying not to drown, but they will. Just on the feed. Rebel Boy from Yoodo Alliance playing the outskirts of Ruins. Now we'll get tagged by Brian. Oh man. Better move aside because Brian could easily take him off his feed. Axis Red 1 have no chance to fight out. Blue Zone too strong. Nothing you can do in the waters. But North Point though.
Oh, Genexus actually straight shots across against Bosskurr. That could be a good entry if they can topple more members on top of the hill, and that's going to allow Genexus to come in with the rotation, but they have to be careful because Geek is right there and they can very well disrupt the bridge. Meanwhile, fights on the other corner of the map, close by the Ruins. Yoodo Alliance and RSG seeming to go at it head on. Ranger in position for the flanks. He has to be careful though, some cars driving past in front of his eyes.
Yeah, Ranger just securing the first blood of this matchup. Going up against Team Secret early on. As to once again fend off against Team Secret. Our boy finds a way to punch Drax. He has so much time for that. Meanwhile, everybody else is just struggling to even make ends meet. Number 1 bites the dust outside of the blue zone here with 40 more teams left alive. Lost Mooks being expended, looking like Gunting Highlands right now. And I don't think that Ranger could possibly get in all too safely if he drives all the way straight forward. But he will just take a little bit of pit stop for now. Meanwhile, Rex is making it rain, and Micah finds Echo from DBD.
Luckily for Genexus, an early head start, easiest 5 kills of their entire lives. But they have to keep the momentum going because Geek Fam, they're setting themselves up for the late game here. They could just come in with the big numbers, already eliminating the rest of DBD. So Geek Fam finds their way trailing at number 4.
That's right. And Damrude going for those tags, trying to find members of Dingoz. RSG trying to push them aside as well. Dingoz, now honestly, isn't at the best spot possible, although they do get the circle because they have to watch it back. They have to watch the lower end of the hill as well. Too much work for them. And speaking of which, Kiddo immediately gets picked up by Brian. 2 cracks in for the side of RSG, and they also draw the attention of Ricky on the lower side with the M4 trying to strike them apart. We got the red dot. Meanwhile, on the other side, a little bit of drawback coming in. RX just needing to hide out from Ricky. He has those angles hold out. And, oh boy, once again, just 1 tap, 2 tap, and Brian's already down.
Team Secret, though, finding themselves in a very, very sticky situations. Eye shots again. The one member who's been constantly under gunfire right now finds his way in a well, pincered down for the time being here. With all these teams playing on the outskirts, they have to play silence. Meanwhile, Dingoz versus RSG is just one member against the 3 who was already in the area, but the rest of the Dingoz squad will make their way forward.
Dingoz utilizing the smokes here to go up close and personal against RSG. Meanwhile, Abo's going to do exactly the same, trying to actually book a spot, but then again, quickly getting turned down. Insomnia is there, knocks him down, but over on the other back, it's going to be RSG finding those knocks against members of Dingoz once more. Rush jumps into the water, but in dire need of help, and he will drown, but Rag still finding out. He's right in front, but somehow, Ate, he clutches it inside of the smoke.
Amazing stuff coming up from Dingoz, just clutching things out for the team. They will live to fight a little bit longer here. Although they only have secured 3 of their own, they're not doing in the best position, but it's a start. Meanwhile, Genexus, Loyu secures another one from NC here. And I'm Bosskurr, I meant. And then that was me, Bosskurr eliminated at 10. Meanwhile, iShot shooting from far, threading the likes of Crit VIP, who was on the sniper's nest.
And that actually saves Crit VIP because they were about to be infiltrated. Magic's getting picked off as well. And then now, Genexus trying to limp away. Lung can be saved, but Team Secret doing so much damage. Here comes Yoodo Alliance from the back though, trying to hinder them from approaching. Shots missed out. And Olion will find those pickoffs there. 2 members down on the side of Team Secret. Make it only 1 alive. Still hiding. But for how much longer for iShots?
Right now, Geek Fam looking very strong. 4 members remaining down to the top 4 position. Yoodo Alliance with the 4 as well, and 7 kills. So Geek Fam and Yoodo Alliance are head-to-head with the performance in this game. Crit VIP might just come in as an upset, and Dingoz just going to play his way until as far as he can.
Geek Fam is having quite a run here so far, and they've easily answered me on how could they possibly defend. They don't even have to defend, they just go guns blazing once again. VIP, 1 member being knocked. Hard to save Sam Z when there's not much smokes to provide. Razor setting up the trail, trying to climb upwards. The fights will take place close by to the hills. Damroot, man marking them, 2 members out. They should bleed out to the blue zone, and that's where Geek Fam claims another 2 pointers.
Man, more kills going to the side of the Geeks here. 8 already in the bag. 1 member of Crit VIP, that's Razor, still alive. So Dingoz and Crit VIP, they have to play the long, drawn game because they don't have the members to fight with. Yoodo Alliance is the most likely to put up a challenge against Geek Fam. But of course, with this 2 snake in the grass, it could turn the tide either way.
By now he should be dropping his back. He's already getting tagged, and easily Micah does it. But coming up close, it's going to be members of Yoodo Alliance trying to fend them all off. Geek Fam finds a few more. Yoodo Alliance on the lower side of the ground here has a little bit more of a sector to cover up, but Geek Fam just having the high ground advantage once again. Micah spraying through the smoke into the trees. Now have to deal with Helton, tries to toss another smoke, gets spotted out, he tries to get in the vehicle, just in the nick of time, and there will be a little bit more of that cover fire coming out of the side of Geek Fam. Hacks all across, everyone's taking 1v1 fight, not yet the first one.
A great clash there, Slice now Geeks, they're pushing on forward, they know they have the numbers advantage, Snipes already in the back end, Adik Luke he has got to be careful. There's a flanker right on the, amidst them, Snipes. Between all 3 members of Yoodo Alliance, Micah OP nearly fall down, but they have their 1 HP here. Adiklu gets the refrag, but burns down to the fire. Damroot kicking it with Micah OP still in the area. Olayo gets gunned down from above. And now that's a 2v2 situation here. Turns it into 2v1. And it is Olayo down for the count and confirmed. 1 member left of Yoodo Alliance. That is going to be Helton to play it slow.
Oh, Helton's just gonna book it though. He is having his vehicle smoked up, and he's trying to go in for revive, but there's not gonna be opportunities to do that because the Geeks have struck twice in a day, getting their second chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think everyone's gonna be afraid of them again here. It seems like the momentum did not stop in week number 2. In fact, it goes on stronger after 2 weeks and going And right now, another chicken dinner, 2 back-to-back chicken dinner for Geek Fam. And it's only day 1 of week number 3.
Oh boy. Who could have possibly stopped them? This was the best fight that we've seen, 4 versus 4, where it happens everywhere simultaneously between every separate members. Everyone was caught up, and they were also doing cover fires. It's so technical, and yet again, it brings out the best in Geek Fam.
I mean, Geek Fam, it's just the way they play things. Nobody knows how they're doing it, but they're doing it big time. People say that it's all Yuhai calling the shots because he's got a specific play style in which people has to follow him and not the other way around. But if this is the result, then keep that one going. Geek Fam, just reigning ultimate supreme here. Have they even had a bad map so far? No. This is 2 games that they've played.
That's right, as we have the highlights coming in with Geek Fam securing the chicken dinner. But this was basically the best pickoff over on the bridge by Genexus, where they've managed to clip so many players throughout. They may not have lasted out long enough to fend off against all the other players here in the open ground between Jurgapol as well as Ruins. But yet again, it's a lot to take in because everyone was basically on their clothes or in the water.
In the water, indeed. Obviously, for a last resort, I saw Tabah NSEA jumping in as well. But a lot of these fights happened on high ground as well. Formidable stuff. Genexus tried to stormroll in some of these teams. Yoodo Alliance taking on a bunch, including Team Secret. Look at a nade, perfectly primed and locked here. But it is Geek Fam who found the opportunity because of that snake in the grass. One of the members of Dingoz, in which the members of Yoodo Alliance had to address, and that gave chance for Geek Fam to spray and pray.
That's right, and they've been able to only spend very little time in by the blue, but this is their circle either ways, which they've managed very, very well. So I want to just see a lot more what is in store for us as we go on to these upcoming matches, because that was the last round of erangel. Next up, we do have Miramar, and Yoodo Alliance stood strong. I think that this is one of the best fights that we are seeing out of Yoodo Alliance, which they have also accrued a total of 19 points. But Geek Fam, though, this is 29 pointers. And I'm telling you this, they're chasing those PMGC points once more.
Yeah, they're hungry. They're a bit mad that they got bypassed by the likes of Genexus, but I don't think anytime soon that Genexus is going to be so comfortable, because with this 29-pointer, we're looking at the averaging 14 eliminations. Geek Fam to come out once again in week number 3. It doesn't seem like those victories is tiring them down anytime soon, but this is our MVP.
Yeah, and Luyu was basically the bridge keeper instead of the gatekeeper, where 2 teams easily halted by Genexus by their setup overall, which was possibly one of the biggest tactical play that we are seeing for today, other than the final fight that we see from Geek Fam as well as the players of Yoodo Alliance early on. But here are the weekly rankings. Geek Fam on #1 spot, BBD now on 2nd place as they get pushed down with a total of 36 points. 33 for Axis, and Genexus at least is on 20 point of difference to chase up to Geek Fam. So probably waiting for that chicken dinner moment to be able to tie the knots.
I mean, Geek Fam, this is so like them, right? Creating such a huge lead. Mind you, this team has played only 2 matches, while everyone from 2nd all the way down to 5th have all played the 3rd match already.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and already 20 points ahead at the very least, if not top 1 around that vicinity.
And both times they play, it's chicken dinner. Absurd.
100%. 100%.
And of course, with that said, that will be the standings, as you guys could see for yourself. Some teams are still on single digits overall, but then again, there's still ample opportunities out there because we still have 2 more maps to go for the night. And speaking of which, we probably will be speaking to one of these players out there, maybe from Geek Fam.
Yeah, sometime soon, obviously. We're going to have to guess who that person is going to be, but based on the chicken dinner, and come on, we have to talk to Geek Fam. I got to ask him the $1 million question. Who's calling the shots? Because previously we know it was QB, right? He was the brains of the operation, and
I would say Damroot as well. He's been the captain for 2 seasons now. Yeah.
And so, but there's speculation saying on the outside that the moment Yuhai comes in, they have to play against Yuhai. I mean, with Yuhai's pace and his style and match his aggression, and it's been paying off, you know, very handsomely for Geek Fam. So I want to just clear the air on who's really pulling the strings behind this operation.
Yeah, and overall, I think like whoever the brain is, at this point, I feel like everyone's just in sync.
Yeah.
Like if they do have coaching staff that's been guiding their way through, also cheers to them because they are doing amazing. But if they don't, even more impressive this team is.
Yeah.
Because so many of these squads, some of them work with and some of them work without, and you can see differences when it comes down to the results.
Everyone, you know, everyone plays a puzzle pieces to an entire masterpiece, right? So they're all soldiers, doesn't take them, or it doesn't make them any less significant than the person who calls the shot themselves. The fact that they can execute on the shots that were called is impressive feat, and for them to do it 3 weeks in a row, I'm saying as if this week was already over, but let's remember this is only day 1, but already the sort of momentum that Geek Fam is bouncing off from 2 chicken dinners back to back, one of it being the 14 elimination game as well. This team is looking unstoppable. If they were to win this week number 3, then we have it for the first time, I think, in the PMPL history, an absolute domination from a single team alone.
That's true. And I think like the week is far from over. It's just the first day and we're already getting the repeat of what happened last Wednesday overall. Could it also be the case where Genexus, you know, start to rev up those engines, get double chicken dinners as well, because they will have to pay Miramar too, but have they taken a break yet?
Well, statistically, no, I don't think they're taking a break yet, right?
But eventually one of these games they will. So meaning to say, if they have to score, they have to score in their final game here.
That is correct. That is correct. This next one could be their break. I'm not too sure. Yeah. The first Miramar map of the day, they will be the ones taking a break here. So, speak of the devil. I guess after that, imagine that after all that, and then you realize that you're not playing the next one as well. Anyways, we have a phoner on the line here, so whenever we're ready, we'll just take it away.
Alright, and please welcome Don't Break Dreams. We have Bosskurr joining us here. So, Mos, apa kabar? How are you feeling for this week? Alright, awesome.
Feeling good.
Alright, so Bosskurr. Okay, since you took a nama already, and like, when are we going to be seeing you more playing in, you know, all these matches here in the league? And what do you think about your performance so far? I mean, for your team, throughout the past 2 weeks, and is there anything that korang nak cuba fix or change in these upcoming matches?
Maybe for this week kita orang akan cuba yang terbaik, just main santai, no pressure, sebab kita orang cuba untuk prepare for grand final nanti. And tak ada apa-apa pressure apa-apa, kita orang just main santai. Ada benda yang tak jadi, kita cuba untuk fix lah.
Alright, awesome.
That's all lah.
So I have a question, Bosskurr, if you don't mind me asking. So in the first erangel match today, DBD looked like they were the most probably team to get the chicken dinner. What went wrong in the process there?
Zeke, no. My teammate. Sebab dia sebenarnya situation tu 1v2. Kalau kita tengok dekat live pun, Aiman pun dah low, tapi Zeke ni je macam tak tahulah, dia tak power. Kau tak power kan?
MVP tak power.
Dapat MVP juga at the very least. So okay, so I still have one last thing. Since you guys are joining here with us, so anything that you nak sampaikan kepada all the viewers out there, like what you guys are going to be aiming for, and also any words for them?
Apa-apa pun, terima kasih kalau yang support DVD, and kalau yang tak support pun terima kasih juga tak support. And kepada kalau ada yang suka toxic kat luar tu, orang kata apa, kalau tak mampu sokong jangan toxic, tu je.
Alright, awesome. Thank you, Moscow Cute. So harap-harap there's more chicken dinners for you guys to celebrate for DVD, alright?
InsyaAllah. Alright, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. It's always fun to have Moscow Cute. I'm still not used to saying Moscow Cute in the matches, but then again, like he always comes in with great spirit. Right? He doesn't seem like he's even bothered that yeah, the competition is tough, but like just another season for him to show what his team can offer.
I mean, his sentiment is pretty clear, right? Like he mentioned it as well. Like they're not actually going in full force for this week. I think because they know they did somewhat okay. They are going to make it in the top 16 nonetheless, and they're playing for that. They're playing for the country finals. They don't really care what happened to them this week. They are comfortably on top. That they're confident they won't drop into the bottom 5 position. So
yeah.
That's, well, I mean, great strategy. That's one way. I've always thought Secret is always hiding something else as well.
There's nothing to hide right now. As we're going to be taking a look at the recap of this match. So I guess we've tried to study this team for the longest of time. But yet again, it's hard for them to even fall. Not even a single player in this matchup itself. They just remain 4 members strong, and we saw them dropping by ruins, got a car, back to their city, loots up, and then they plan themselves into what some people call the car wash, the garage in the middle of nowhere. And then you see the rest of the members of Geek Fam, they were playing by the containers. How were they let go by on top of the hill? Because Dingoz could have basically find ways to shoot them down much early on, but nobody seemed to be able to stop them. And that allows the rest of Geek Fam to congregate yet again and make it harder for anyone to come in with an entry.
Yeah, I think although Dingoz has got the high ground here, Geek Fam did find themselves a compound, so a bit harder to execute them. Meanwhile, Dingoz had to address a bunch of the issues that were going up the hill, and some of these teams they were trapped in this entry point here, which I thought would have been an easier entry for all the likes of Team Hawk, who took the longest path and emulate whatever Genexus was pulling. But obviously they got shredded in the process, and it wasn't much easier going from this entry point here as well, coming from the top side. And so, remember, even Crypt VIP, who had to pay the price and went down. Look at Geek Fam has been holding this compound for the longest of time, just shooting from across, shooting from afar, gets member of Crit. Eventually, when they move on out, they were the one who pinned the Crit down, not giving the chance to actually move into the circle. The only one who did was Razor, who was then later on shot down as well by Micah himself, and it became this opportunity.
And it's such a huge wraparound when you look at the formations, right? Like it's a huge triangle that they're trying to form up, and yet again, that has given them an advantage of exchanges. Though we see solid defense coming from Yoodo Alliance, but their pure penetrative power of offense have been able to find each and every member of Yoodo Alliance eventually. And Geek Fam celebrates their second chicken dinner. With that being said, I believe that we do have another few matches to come. But before we go on a short break, we also have to thank our partners. Our official smartphone partner is Realme for this season of the 2020 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, as they come up with the JT Neo tree with Neo Speed Awakens.
Yeah, definitely amping up the performance in that phrase alone here. Thanks to the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset. Dual chipset in a single phone brings you great power efficiency, a very seamless gaming experience, and not to mention immersive at a very top level as well. So crank that graphics all the way up to max and feel like you're get an Oculus lens, dude.
Oculus lens for a phone game, man.
Yeah.
I could possibly not understand how that works out, but then again, you guys could easily get something in return by just watching here, because our official digital telco partners at Yoodo, HYVE are rewarding you guys with free mobile data for PUBG Mobile, where you don't have to spend any data, and you can use it for other stuff like watching live streams and VODs and everything else. Scan that QR code now and make that change, because this change is absolutely good.
Yeah, get yourself a Yoodo, and also get yourself on TikTok, right? Because now that if you have Yoodo, you can allocate that data for social media, and PUBG Mobile is now on TikTok, the platform. So if you're from Malaysia, you're looking for Malaysian content, well, PUBG Mobile MY Official, that is the name for you to look out for. If you're from Singapore, it's PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, and from the Philippines, that would be PUBG Mobile Official PH. And so that is pretty much things that you should know. We're going to have come in with Miramar, the last two Miramar maps of the day. But first, a quick break from us for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. This is Contra. I'm Keith. I'll see you in the next map in just about 5 minutes.
Dia lembik gila. Tak nak aku. Nak aku.
Hai, saya Adik. Saya Ham.
Wih.
Asal rambut Kim ada kat sini? Benda ni.
Tak, yang pertama tu asal gerak?
Jangan lah. Oh, so okey, kau dulu. Wih, panas. Wih.
Bodoh. Apa tu? Lembik bodoh.
Ya. Kuat. Okey, kuat dulu. Ya, kuat. Benda baik. Atas tu. Dah tahu lah.
Tak ada.
Oi, apa benda ni?
Apa tu? Lembik gila.
Okey. Okey. Geli sikit ni. Nak try yang ni lah.
Digigit dok ni tadi.
Yang ni lah.
Ni gilat dok.
Ni baru kari tadi.
Aku warna kot?
Warna naga. Hamster. Sabun.
I think kura-kura. Nanas. Kaki ayam ah, tangan ayam ah.
Oh, nanas. Kaki ayam.
Sini boleh. Nanas bongok.
Okey, dah habis sesi permainan kita untuk hari ini. So, jangan lupa saksikan kami di
2022 PMPL
MYSGPH Fall.
Hi everyone, this is Blackpink.
We're so excited to be back in PUBG Mobile with tons of great surprises for all of you.
By the way, first ever Blackpink in-game concert will be held exclusively in PUBG Mobile starting on 22nd July. Don't forget to support us through the in-game events to unlock the exclusive Blackpink rewards and more.
Follow PUBG Mobile social for more information. 세상이 완벽한데? 네, 너무 기쁘네요.
Come and meet us in the game. See you soon!
See you there, please.
Neo speed awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
And we're back yet again for another exciting round of the 2022 PMPL MYSG Fall. And over here to my left is Keith, and I'm Contra. We're going to be your caster for the entirety of the day, as well as the weekdays as well. So, of course, all this is brought to you by our partners that has been providing with so much for you guys to check out. Of course, we got to thank Realme, our official smartphone partners, as well as our official digital telco partners, Yoodo. So we're going to be ready for what's about to come. So before we get started, let's take a look at the previous game stats as we have Geek Fam securing that chicken dinner.
This is nothing new. This is Geek Fam again here in week number 3, as they were in week number 2 with the Twin Tower against all the competitions here. 14 eliminations, 2,438 damage, 29 total points. I believe their record was 31. So still holding that record. And let's take a look at who actually dished out the most damage. That one has to go with Loyu and with their grinder spray over there at the bridge. And well, Damroot and Snipes comes in as well with Geek Fam and how they got the chicken.
That's right, and if only Genexus get into the circle much earlier, I think that they could basically stand off against the likes of Geek Fam. But then again, speaking of which, they won't be playing for this round in Miramar, with Genexus taking a break. And same goes to Don't Break Dreams, Access Rate 1, as well as MUGEN. Meanwhile, everybody on your screen will be playing for this match itself. So it'll be a really interesting fight here inside of Miramar. Now, in this matchup, I believe that we see a lot of those units that are very proficient when it comes down to shooting long range. Dingoz so far has been the #1 team with the most points throughout the rankings, as well as elimination points being acquired through these weeks, with a total damage of 15k to be drawn out. But Sem9 still holds a record high damage, almost breaking into the 20k, and I do believe they stand a good chance.
Everyone's here stands a chance, especially since it's week number 3 and everyone started off from 0. So the chances are always there with so much games left to play for the rest of the week, right? But this day, for today itself, I mean, we're down to the last 2, and I think some teams will be sitting out, and that one of those teams is Group D, which means Genexus will take a breather, and this is quite painful for them, because seeing as though that 2 chicken dinners on Geek Fam and now you have to sit aside idly, it's going to hurt a lot in your momentum.
That's right, and let's start off here with the Bramble Overlord set, which you could grab for yourself. This is part of the ultimates that you could basically acquire. So many of all these amazing skins are up for grabs. You want to be looking cool, you want to be the most dangerous unit out there, get this set. It's definitely gonna be giving you an edge when it comes down to how you play the matchup. So, I don't know, man. Like, if you're gonna be wearing this set, probably when your enemy stares you down, you'll flee. I'll tell you.
I feel that set should have came out in Valentine's Day next year, but nevertheless, it's here early, and that is always a good thing. Meanwhile, PMPL is back with PMCT as well, going onto your nearest mall, your closest mall in the, if you're from Perak, that would be in Ipoh Parade, and if you're in Sabah, Surya Sabah, with the closest happening on the 6th to the 7th of August, go over and catch all these actions live on the big screen and earn yourself a free voice pack for KL Gangster.
That's right. We also do have the brand new Mummy set that is, of course, limited favorites on sale right now. And we hear you. You guys love it. Go get your Mummy set and enjoy your ancient secret journey that's currently happening in your matches. So enjoy the game modes while it's going to be for a limited time, while you guys could also hang out with us here throughout the course of the battles of the 2022 PMPL.
Yeah, that Mummy set. If only we have a daddy set too, you know, complete the entire family roster. But first,
I'm the daddy set.
Who do we think is going to get a first chicken dinner open in Miramar? Man, you're just matching things right now.
You're copying me. I was here earlier than you.
Yeah, but I didn't see what you had to vote on for. So we came in different timing.
Man.
M9 it is.
Trying so hard to beat me. I don't think you want to beat me.
I don't. You're walking on crutches right now.
Yeah.
That looks like it's a lot of pain.
It's right here.
I don't even think we should be laughing about it. Press F in the chat, guys.
Well, I'm laughing at myself. I mean, I don't even know how it happened. So
he woke up and he chose pain.
I didn't choose pain. Pain chose me. Okay. Nobody wants pain and conflict, but somehow in these matches they will be finding some.
Wow.
And I wonder if Geek Fam will still bring pain to the table to make it back-to-back-to-back chicken dinners, because every match they played out today was a win.
Yeah, and I'd like to see them continue on that momentum and streak, right? And even if they don't get a chicken dinner, but come up with those crazy numbers of kills like they did in week number 2, and look where that got them, all the way up to the #1 spot. And if they can do that for today, if every single games that they play for today is going to be a 14 kills and a chicken dinner, I think they'll be fine for the next 3 days to come. Maybe even just come back online on a Sunday and still finish at #1.
Exactly, and here we go into our first map of Miramar here in week 3. Time to be the one in Miramar. And now with 16 teams on board, we're going to be taking this flight path for the high hills. Is this from the far western end? We'll have to find out. So, with that said, time to look at the minimap. We're still staring at it as it passes all the way through. Yes, it is. The far western end, heading directly into El Azahar. At least it's very much centralized for most teams. Both the party, so it's going to be a stretch. And everywhere else is going to be absolutely just fine.
Well, fine indeed. The good thing for them is Geek Fam is going all the way to El Pozo, in which they know to play so comfortably. Tabah NSEA going down to the Valdemar region. We've seen this time and time again. And so the question becomes, who is MUGEN going to be crashing into? They're the team who's always hunting the likes of Team Hawk in the same compound.
They've always been inside Picado, and I think that they're about to do exactly the same thing. And, well, I do see Team Hawk in there. Is MUGEN actually playing this game?
Oh, right, you're right. Group D is gone. No wonder they're gone. Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, I kind of lost the train schedule here.
I mean the plane schedule.
Train! MUGEN the train!
Oh.
I got you.
I do know that it's also a brand for automotive parts here, where you could basically upgrade your car to like some racing wheels and stuff like that. So,
owned by Honda.
What?
Well, I shouldn't say it twice because we got Koenigsegg.
Oh, yeah. Why do you even need to talk about parts when you have a Koenigsegg? It comes in perfect. No modifications needed.
Yep.
That is the best thing about all these hypercars, right? They always
As long as you keep it inside and not actually use it, it's gonna last you for a very long time.
Honestly, like when it comes down to supercars like that, like I wonder about the security system, right? Because first and foremost, Real goes out, Mel comes in for Dingoz, as they are the experts in Miramar after all. Now back to the point, we'll talk about security features. Like hypercars, are they like super duper safe? Not about the speed. I know, like
that's the only potential threat. I was about to say, well,
because
depending
like
how great
I know
the driver
people
is.
will like claw their way into the seats if they can get their hands to it.
Yeah, that's how you experience it. That's the whole reason people are buying it for.
Flex.
Not really a flex. If you don't care about performance,
It's not about flex, but it's still a flex.
yeah, true. Yeah, but sure. But if you're not into performance, then these people would have went on to buy luxury cars instead of hypercars, where it's literally emphasizing on the performance, the 0 to 60.
Oh boy, look at the top healers of the matchups. Somehow Insomnia's out heals Kacang Susu for this season, to my surprise. These are mostly coming in from sanhok. Definitely not Miramar. If it's Miramar, you're pretty much going to be concerned because that means you're getting a lot of hits. And there's no point of staying far too off from the map. So, now, Crit VIP. Oh, suddenly my tone changed when I say that. Crit VIP. Currently they are number 2 without the group of D.
Yeah.
Coming into the picture. So, no D, no deaths.
Yep, that's one way to put it. No D, no happy as well.
B, it's a birth of something new.
Well, Crit VIP up here in second spot. I would have never thought they'll be there, but hey, so did I've never thought that people would give free things away like you do. But I was stood corrected. So why don't you scan the QR code, get yourself a Switch onto the Yoodo platform here and play PUBG Mobile for free, and just maybe with a lot of those free expenditures playing the game, you might just find your way right next to VIP right in the second spot. Because let's be honest, Geek Fam, they're from aliens right now. They're a bit leagues and bounds above the competition so far.
They absolutely are. But then again, it's just day one. Remember over the weekend, Geek Fam had their own fair share of struggle as well. So that can happen again. But 2 days of rest is all the players get, and sometimes those aren't really rest days after all. They will still scrim, they'll still practice, they will also do their own researches. This schedule is packed throughout every single season.
Whoever said that it's all fun and games, you got the games part right. Fun to a certain degree, but I think you got to describe it with a third verb here.
Yeah, I guess like sometimes when play becomes work, and it's hard to basically juggle in between.
That's true.
When exactly are you having fun, and when things get stressful? Like that's where burnouts happen for a majority of the players here. That's where casters do get burnouts too.
Please
We're
send
all
help.
human.
Press F down in the chat. Send some help. We need adrenaline right now, or actually caffeine. Honestly, caffeine would be amazing.
Can we like get beverage sponsors next season?
If you're from a beverage company and if you're doing sports drinks or energy drinks, do hit up Tencent. We would love to have you on board. I personally would.
I would love.
Yeah, I'll run on caffeine the entire evening. I'll give you the best of shows. Keep it at 100 for the entire way. You think I'm screaming from
The
day
more
one.
we talk about this, the more we sound weak, Keith.
Yeah.
We're not that weak.
What happened to, it's okay to be vulnerable.
But not to weep throughout the whole freaking journey. I know that Farang, as much as they didn't start off well, they're not going to be whining about it, but the longer they stay in such a position, they're going to be left far behind. HYVE International now ties in with Team SMG on 6, RSG with 9 points out there. I think it's not the easiest of matches that they've been playing through, where we saw a lot of the circles didn't allow many of these teams to get through. RSG this time would have Kim sitting out of this match, Ranger to play the rest of the day.
Yeah, and just to echo your sentiment on being weak for far too long, HomeBois again down in 16th place. Just cannot find their way out from the bottom of the barrel here. It seemed like they're almost accursed to be down there.
Yeah.
Them 9, they've got eyes on Team HOC though with this rotation, Lord of Harm. He has the high ground on whatever the hill we bestowed a name on previously, and now Putra starts spreading fire towards the likes of these vehicles, but no avail with the, even with the scope. Doesn't seem to hit a single mark, and now the fire is coming back. Damn cutie, he's got eyes. Ooh, Putra gets knocked out actually.
Oh my goodness. Now he's got the storm his way through. I'm not too sure if Sem9 responds in time, but there is HOC. Just having all 4 members full sending into Putra. Not a good look for Sem9, as he was being a little bit too greedy, pouncing on top of another team. That cutie secures that. It's going to be first blood.
Yeah, I don't understand why he was trying to do that. Putra like shot his shot and missed everything and still want to like over peak. Got punished. He stayed in one place for too long, getting nothing in the process, and you just simply get punished. People's gonna figure you out. Meanwhile, Team Secret holding this compound. Team HOC looking to take over if they could. Already a good start with the 1 kill. Maybe they can translate it to more.
Probably a lot of opportunities out there, Team HOC. They are decently positioned as well. It's just the 6 points that they have acquired for the rest of the day. And not sure if they're going to be playing on the final map itself. But they will make do with what they have. Last week, they started off the bottom as well. A team that will only ramp up somewhere in the middle of the week. HYVE International with a little bit of an edge against everybody else, as you can see with the 2-2 split across Crater Fields. They will be on the other side of the mountains there, as 4 rivals are also driving their way towards the direction of HYVE International. So Crit VIP gonna do exactly the same. Team HOC as well. Oh boy, we're about to see a lot of fights here in the same exact compound.
I have a feeling that Tabah NSEA might just chicken this again, because their maneuver somehow always works in this sense. Always take the long way, cuts through trailer park, find an entry, defends that ground, make small movements forward, kill anyone in sight, and eventually you end up with a winner with a chicken dinner.
Man, that's a long theory you have there.
Yeah. I mean, the pattern is similar. All their chickens here in Miramar, it's the same thing.
Yeah, but yet again, like looking at the positions of other teams, they look to have a better spotlight as well. Sem9 now draws a hit, and he managed to take knockout over on the U-High that's across the map. So we're going to focus on that attention for now. Snipes, he's just holding those angles. You hear those footsteps.
Oh.
Quick peeks now.
I think he saw that one, surely. But coming from behind. A little bit too slow. Stayed in place here. Gets punished. And as I mentioned, well, this is where the streak ends for Geek Fam. They're one to be the kings of erangel, but I can't say the same for the Miramar. But maybe they can do this one as well. Meanwhile, Izane shooting down against 4 rivals. The actual king of Miramar, but has been struggling for the time being.
And with that, there's just more members of Crit VIP also chiming in. Buru finds a knock against Fredo, another member down from the side of Team Secret. Geek Fam just trying to draw back into a sheltered state for 4 rivals. They got some fishes to fry. They want to take down Fredo. It doesn't seem like there's opportunities for them to climb. Kid goes down those hills. Still getting peppered on. Voki is just holding Fredo hostage for now. It's like, okay, give me $1,000 and I'll let him go.
Whoa, I don't think they're looking to comply with terrorists here, as they're just throwing nades on, doing damage. They're not going to show an inch of weakness, and immediately Voki just has to tap out. He played the bigger chicken here, and he'll find his way back to where Fredo was. Maybe even go in to secure the kill here. They will. And just in time because Team Hawk made the rotation over.
Yeah. And they're still having angles against eye shots as well. Easy pickup coming in from Voki. Few points acquired by 4 rivals. Meanwhile, the 2 other members of Team Secret, they're just going to be slowly playing this one now on the corner of the shacks. Then again, 4 rivals with this widespread. They're just trying to ensure that this whole area will be sanctioned off. While 4 rivals, they're taking it slowly. They're not going to be on wheels. Interesting options out there coming in from Jumper. Well, they do get the circle. Everyone else on this hill needs to drive off. Back into water treatment for the rest of Crit VIP. But RSG will be one to take charge onto the right-hand side of the map. Therefore, HomeBois is moving in from behind. Might just get a free pass. But RSG, if they hear those roaring engines, they would shoot back. However, for SMG though, furthest away, over on the southwestern corner of the map, still by the fields of Crater Fields, ironically.
NC might just come in behind for Geek though. That is going to be quite an upset here again. Just Tabah NSEA and how they rotate. I don't know how, but they know the timings on where they make sure every team is right in front of them. And they're talking about timings here. Micah caught in a bad one as Iftar shoots down onto him. Will confirm the kill and leaving only 2 of the members of Geek Fam. If they were to go back to the opposite direction, there we have Tabah NSEA just waiting to pick up the murder.
Yeah, and Calamity will try to go in for exchange of nades against HYVE. Yuhai does drop a nade onto Tabah NSEA, and Calamity just tries to hold him back. Same goes to Yuhai on the upper floor. More grenades being exchanged out. Blacks will be safe, but then again, Calamity goes in for the knockdown. 4th row getting tackled in the head very swiftly. Oh boy, nades are coming in. Yuhai almost getting blasted. He does receive the brunt of the damage, but now jump shots coming in. No angles for Magic. But they have to prime it perfectly though. Oh, Yuhai still dancing for how long? And it's just one guy. NC could just push up.
Yeah, they even got in with the revive, so maybe Yuhai should have just confirmed that kill first before actually doing the stunt. But he will trade it, but the nade was there, and eventually Yuhai, he danced with the devil for a little bit far too long, and then will claim his soul into the heavens himself. Damroot will now have to make his exit.
Interesting how Damroot lets go of the angle, because the moment he looked away was where he marches out to secure the kill onto Yuhai. So that could have actually hold the rest of Tabah NSEA back. But they say, okay, you know what? Blue zone's coming in. I'm just going to be making a move because Damroot's the final guy. Doesn't want to draw attention to himself. Figure now spotted out by C2K. High elevated kills for members of MAB. Meanwhile, Edo10 scraping by lower side of the hill. Frankie spots out Jenny. Oh no, he rammed into the tree instead. George of the jungle. Oh boy.
Oh boy. That's definitely not jungling instead. That is that's feeding.
Dry jungle.
Yeah. The different game with a different term here, but if you play it, you probably understand the terms. Meanwhile, Sam9 still well in it. This is our prediction, only down to 2 members looking to crash onto Team Secret. Can they actually pull this one off and make us proud? They're going in. Adip's fronting the charge here. Oh, gets 1 member that's kicked down. 1v1, mano a mano. The fire is there. It is good. It's toasty. Isaac running towards the back end side, spots him out. Evil Knievel running out. The man on fire can't be stopped.
Same goes to Sam9. Like the tagline goes, Sam9 on fire. He's like, hey, he's lit up. I want to get lit too.
Quite literally, it seems here. Oh my god, that jumper. He's got eyes on a member of Sam9. So, despite their best efforts, Sam9 found themselves into a deeper hole.
Yeah, and on top of that, we have a lot of fights going on. Crit VIP attacking onto 2 teams, eliminates members of Team SMG. And now finding the rest of Team Hawk as well. HYVE International somehow gets depleted. Outside of the blue zone, doesn't seem like anybody takes them out instead. Circle still belongs up those hills.
Oh.
And now, with the rest of them being on the lower side, you can see RSG will be the one that will have a little bit more of a difficulty moving in. Dingoz planted themselves on the lower side. Same goes to Team Bosskurr or HomeBois would be hiding by the ridges. Look at that spray down, and it's not going to be able to actually hit the mark. While Crit VIP doing such massive work throughout this map. Well, damage output, but only 1 kill has been secured. Those tags should be coming in from Jumper on low end.
Well, now he can maybe prove them wrong here because they did get the circle advantage towards their side. They have the high ground. And also well noting that SMG, there were 1 member left when they got shot down by Crit VIP, right? Because the other 2 was sprayed down by Tabah NSEA, the whole George of the Jungle thing that you pulled out. And so it is what it is. It's only 1 kill, but I'm sure if Crit can hold their ground here, it might turn to a million more kills from here on out.
A million kill is a little bit of a stretch, though. But then again,
dramatic license, you know?
Yeah, just for a little bit more emphasis. Drama. Everybody loves drama. And we see a lot coming from the players out there. All Dammered spotted out, and it's going to be 4 rivals there. 4th pick up for themselves, taking out Geek Fam on 13th. So no streak going on for Geek Fam. They only added 1 point in this match. So Genexus will be really happy about this.
Yeah, it's the one match that they are not even sitting in, so that's why it's negated, per se, at least. But 4 rivals now going up into the Farang Guerilla. My God, it goes in swift as a finger. This man, Voki, flicks it.
Man, he flicks it real well, though. Like that jump shot, man, definitely sent a little bit of wave. Quick work coming in from Jumper. They didn't even know of his location. How could he hide there for so long? And nobody seeks him out just yet.
I mean, this is just clean stuff coming up from 4 rivals, right? 1 member showing their face up front. Immediately, they're thinking that's where the immediate threat are. Comes in from behind. Jumper secures 1 for the team. Look at how open they're spread. They are expecting people to fly through. They're in a Venus flytrap right now. They're green, and anyone who gets by just gets gunned down.
Well, it's quite similar, I would say, whenever they do walk into that trap. They get devoured.
Yeah, sticky situation. Yeah.
Very sticky. Slimy too.
Some people even said it smells bad.
Yeah. But then again, I haven't been in the rainforest to see 1. But then again, do I need to?
I believe the literature, you know? Because it makes sense. It's supposed to smell like a rotten corpse so that flies come by. So that makes sense.
Well, that's how you produce food for yourself.
Yeah.
I don't want any flies near me. But then again, MAB trying to do exactly the same, like wherever the flies go, they will just aim at it, right? So, Crit VIP, defensive position. Look at that's 3 teams hugging rubbing shoulders with each other.
You have to be careful. Rubbing shoulders could be good for winter, but here over in Miramar, it's blazing hot, and he's prepping up a nade as well. Salamede just emptying the chambers right now, knowing that he's got no way out. If he would have jumped, that's suicide as well.
Yeah, over here, another mission coming from RSG, though, infiltrating the warehouse where Team Bosskurr belongs. Now a lot of damage being done. 2 members are already out for the count, and Brian still fights back. He gets 2. 1 HP left, but he won't be able to pull through. Tries to go through the door, but Boy secures that number. RSG with dire attempt, but now they're only left with Rex. 2 knocked out. This could be
1v2 though. He can clutch it. Rex can actually clutch it. They have to cross by to get onto him, but they will prep up the Molotov. Blindly throwing in, but now Boy, smart play is going in with the straight revive, but the fight between Yoodo Alliance and Crit not done just yet. The nades toss on in, does not clip. For the time being, XMZ playing it super slow. They're hearing the footsteps. That's some sort of information going on their way, and Insomnus will deter them from the back entrance.
RSG still somehow survives with Rex priming the grenade, getting a few more pointers in for the team. They got 6 thus far, the highest amount of frags. Actually, no. 3-4 rivals with 9, and Magic's work his way out. Finds Harm, and Rex still hugging by the corner. there's not many places that he could basically run off without getting clipped by the rest of Bosskurr, but then again, focusing on to Crit VIP. Here comes a little bit of invade into the smokes. Oniclu falls hit first. Somnus as well. Those shotguns come in handy when everybody's being blinded up, but Yoodo Alliance, they're the ones to fall.
Finally, a very convincing win for Crit VIP in holding their compound. The Insomnus, he just sprayed and prayed with his shotgun, and it clipped. He did pull a very smart move, though, getting into that small room, funneling the entry, and, well, you spray and pray, and it definitely clipped.
Yeah, and now I understand why in America some people keep shotguns.
Yeah, it's to defend their property. They have a rule for that.
Yeah, even for, you know, hunting? I'm not too sure if shotgun's the best.
No. You gotta get close for shotguns to be effective in range.
Fair enough. Speaking of which, a lot of the teams are just within range with each other while they need to climb this high hill. Now, it's gonna be a little bit of a tough task for the rest of 4 rivals. Bepping tries to push through. Team Hawk, they have so many members here. Oh, grenade being dodged out. Meanwhile, another one coming in to swing at Heiko. It's like, that's what you get for leaving the team, baby.
Where was this Crit VIP? They should have done this since day one. They're pushing in. I've never seen them try and pull off this stun. They've always been a team who just takes compound and hold it for, dear God, how long? As long as they could. But right now...
We're holding compounds, though.
Yeah, but right now they're pushing in compounds, and it's looking very clean.
Yeah, it could be a little bit cleaner from here on, and yes, it will be. Bepping gets knocked out, and you're going to be able to spread. Oh, no. I think we've jinxed it, my friend.
Maybe
Team
that's
Hawk
why.
survives.
So that's why we don't see them do this often. Not really their comfort zone.
Keep quiet. Don't talk about us.
They don't hear us. Man, they don't hear us.
But top 6, though.
That's
really
true.
great work from the rest of Crit VIP.
Plus decent amount of kills, too.
Yeah, could have added 2 more in the back, but here comes Bosskurr.
Oh, he saw that one out. Confirms the kill. Swings in straight, but Bosskurr with the drop shot takes him down. And that would be Team Hawk leaving only 1 member. I think that's them down and out.
Yeah, down and out, man. Or could it be? I believe they're already gone, but don't worry. We'll get to that. Oh, actually, yes. 5 more teams still remain.
1 more member still remains. Kemper.
It's hiding somewhere.
Yeah, in the middle of the map there.
The grenades. Trying to be lobbed right in. Bullet time coming in for Tabah to go for a revive, but shots are being fired. Forces Aboy to go proning instead. That buggy is a little bit sussy. It's smoking up, but he's going for it. For rivals, they had 4 to really run on the hot streak of 10 eliminations in this map. Now, majority of the players are only down to an average of 3 men left.
My God, Tabah NSEA being pincered down right now, but honestly, if they can go in with the revive reset, it's looking like my prediction is true if I said that it looks like an NC circle because the pattern they play, the formula is there, and it's play by play the same thing and how they got most of the chicken dinners here.
Yeah, over on the top high grounds here, Mel now getting peppered straight through. No way for him to survive. Also walking towards the direction of 4 rivals. Lucky for them, they had to save themselves. Bosskurr having some real good games going on for today. Got themselves 1 chicken dinner in the back.
Oh.
Now, another push with 4 rivals. The engines will not roll anymore, but the rest of Bosskurr just slowly plays it from here on, and Flax quickly goes in for the tab, repositions, and just run one over. He's just trying to go in for a save, perhaps. Oh, heading downwards. Tabah NSEA, they're taking huge risks, and Appy's trading back.
I didn't understand the play of that one. Why? Why would he actually move out from the top ground? He could have suppressed the rest of Bosskurr. But they made the gamble to move on downwards, and they paid the price, so they will not get a chicken dinner, although they got in close. 4 rivals right now going up against Bosskurr again, who's been having such a great game, these two. 4 rivals, 11 killed, 13 actually, if a chicken dinner is served under their way. Man, it's looking like they might just move out to the top 5.
For Rivals, can they close this out? 4 players, or should I say 3 on top of the hill. But this circle doesn't really favor them at all. It's sort of towards the left-hand side. This is a little bit of work for Bosskurr to get there. Happy.
The revive.
Find it. Though with the revive, doesn't seem like Bosskurr is being really proactive with this. Just waiting for Rivals to make a move, and they have to eventually do so. And Voki continues to suppress ABOY, breaks out that vehicle. And now it will be a perfect bunker for him. Not really a high bunker.
But Circle does favor the likes of Bosskurr, and so as the manpower. They will be spraying down, and it's a tough hill to climb for the likes of 4 Rivals. But if there's anyone out there who can do it, it's probably 4 Rivals themselves, the Kings of Miramar. And let's see if they can play this one out. They have an idea. They did spot a boy here, but with the Lil Pat, I think that kind of gave their position away.
Yeah, there's nowhere else to run, but then again, there's no grenades for Team Bosskurr to work with, so they can't really go in for the Royal Flush. He runs to the back, still gets clipped by ABOY. Want to give their life away, denying those points. Appy just trying to trade right back. Some shots being far, and it will still be Bosskurr here. 2 chicken dinners for today.
My God, it looks like Team Geek Fam might have a contender here as Bosskurr secures their second one after a first chicken dinner over in Erangel. This time around, taking the first chicken dinner over at Miramar, and they're doing it with absolute style points. 7 eliminations plus the 2 they just garnered should bring them about 9. But we'll see how that one goes out.
Yeah, and the fact that they were also sharing areas with teams like Crit VIP and still survive, like, it tells you a lot that they are having quite the moves here to basically outlast the rest of their competitors over on the top side of those hills. So with that said, congratulations to Bosskurr. 2 chicken dinners in a day as we take a look at the highlights yet again.
One thing's good for the rest of the competition is that all those numbers going on to similar teams, which means for you to bridge in closer towards the top 5 position and get a better score, better bonus points is going to be much more easier than it would be if everyone else has a chicken.
That's true. You get a chicken, I get a chicken. There's no Oprah Winfrey right here, but then again, they fought hard for it. And it always goes back to the same 2 guys for today. Does that also mean that one of these guys will be getting triple chicken dinner by the end of the day? But Sem9 doing massive work in the early game, just drawing too much attention to themselves. While a lot of all these grenades were lobbed perfectly, that's what I'd like to see here in this match of Miramar.
Yeah, I think Sem9 just made a mistake there. Putra with the prodding over peeking, just trying to get a shot that he couldn't hit and eventually gets punished. And that was 1 member down and not many more members to play around with. But it's all good from here on out. They'll learn their lesson. They have another Miramar in the game to play. And this game itself, you see a lot of teams stepping up for the occasion, like Crit VIP finally pushing onto the compound against Team Hawk, which looked very clean. Unfortunately, when it comes down to that 1v1 situation, maybe losing out on mechanics.
Yeah, I think like they were holding the right angles as well. That push comes in too hastily. For Rivals, they defended well against Tabah NSEA, but nothing could actually stop Team Bosskurr from the top side of the hills to secure this round by the end of it all. So far, we see NC, like you said, coming in from very far away to make it into the top 3, which is highly respectable. Dingoz as well. They've managed to finish off on the 4th place somehow with some elimination points to go out alongside with it. But for Rivals, I believe that they should be the ones that have gotten the most points out of this round, as they have taken 10 players out of the map.
Yes, they did. 13 now. 13 plus the last few bodies that dropped or donated from Bosskurr themselves. So that brings them to the 25. But man, Bosskurr held the chicken onto 24 pointers. So although 4 Rivals came out a bigger victor, overall it's only differing by 1 point. But remember, Bosskurr, this is their second chicken of the day. So ultimately, they're the bigger winner.
And of course, it's going to be Flax OP here with the MVP title secured with 950 damage being done and 4 elimination points. Then again, see that 4 Owls, they dish a lot of damage in this round itself. I thought that they would walk out as MVPs.
You have a good point here, and I have nothing to rebut you on that one. So here it is, the MVP based on stats and data, but our personal MVP definitely goes to mine at the very least. Goes to the likes of Jumper with that remarkable play. But let's take a look at the weekly ranking.
Bosskurr's #1.
53 in the total points, and Geek Fam. I guess you have another competitor who brings in a double chicken within the single day and finds yourself now at second place with only 1 point difference, 52. VIP now moves up the rank again at 40. Tabah NSEA now in 37, tying things out with the top 5. That's 4 rivals.
That's right, and of course, beyond that, we have DBD this time sliding downwards into the 6th place. 33 for Axis at 7th, 31 for Genexus. But you see, the points are so close, one match could easily change everything out there. From 3rd place all the way down to number 10. Meanwhile, anyone on the second side of the board needs a little bit more catching up to do. So that is all that we have here for the penultimate round. So that leaves only one more map of play, and that's going to be wrapping things up for the night.
Yeah, it's going to be another Miramar. Unfortunately, for some of these teams, that will be the last game that they will play, right? Because comes the last Miramar of the day, Team C will be sitting this one out, which means Tabah NSEA, that was their best run and their last chance for day number 1. They have a chance again, but that one comes in tomorrow, right? And alongside with Yoodo Alliance, RSG, and Crit VIP. So out of the entire Group C, I would say Tabah NSEA and Crit VIP definitely stood out a lot. I think Yoodo Alliance had got a close towards a top 3 finish as well. Yeah, but RSG seemingly invisible today.
Well, I think they got themselves into really difficult fights, and they kept pushing on as if, like, you know, there wasn't a care in the world that they would potentially lose out on those trades. They got to start being mindful of things where we saw the compound pushes that didn't work out, even inside of sanhok. They did that against Axis, also getting crushed much early on, but eventually things would be able to stabilize for the team, because this team with so much of the experience playing from the first ever season of the PMPL, I think that eventually they will go back to the formula that works for them, just like how they did on the previous week, which is a great showing coming out of the squad.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them coming in close against Geek Fam, and it's just good to know that at least for the likes of RSG, they're not too pressured about things. In fact, if not, they're more motivated to perform, seeing as the further they drift downwards, right? It's like a built-in passive within the team to outperform the competition. The more that they're behind, the stronger they get, and the harder they work. But first, let's take a look at some of the things that happened in the previous round.
All right, and of course, we had 4 rivals that was dictating who goes in towards the northern side. Like, you don't get past that Oasis Highway, but Tabah NSEA cuts in all the way from the El Pozo sector into the circle. But what we really want to focus on is Team Bosskurr, because Team Bosskurr, boy, they definitely put up some really good fight, and they were over on the lower side of the hills. They were the ones who took out members of RSG much early on. Then they eventually climbed the hills a little bit later, so that's how they secured the high ground to play up against the rest. I mean, and of course, over onto the far west end side, it was HYVE taking on MAB, and I don't think that there was a clear winner between the two, as we see HYVE International also bowed out relatively early. It could have actually been a better round for them if they stuck put into some of all these areas of play, but VIP was basically taking center stage most often than not, and that sort of compound flush coming in from Yoodo Alliance didn't pay off.
Yeah, Crit VIP, they played it patient. In fact, Crit VIP was fighting in the dark. There was so much smokes going on. They were just blindly shooting in a barrel, but it clipped. I mean, thanks to the shotgun. Eventually, as the circle closes, Crit VIP tried to push onto the compound that Team Hawk resides. They had a little bit of success trying to push in, but eventually fall down due to the mechanics, and that allowed Bosskurr to capitalize on the wounded Team Hawk. and push on to and eliminate the entirety of Team HYVE, giving them the position they currently have right now with Aboy up on the highest ground.
Yeah, Aboy easily clears out some of these players out there from Tabah NSEA, or should I say, this pushes them downward, and the rest of Four Rivals have been able to steal away some points off of Team Bosskurr. But with them being outnumbered and the circle swerving into the far western end, this game was already being secured, whereas Four Rivals couldn't really break free from that shack.
Break free indeed. So Four Rivals, they will have to bow out a little bit sooner than they like, but they were up against so much odds, and truth be told, the fact that you come up with more points is already telling that you kind of have to, that's the compromise. You know, you can't beat yourself down for that. You did remarkably well comparatively to the competition, and even if you bow out because of the nature of things that you cannot control, like a high ground push or the circle going away from your end, or even utilities that's within your grasp, you have to be happy with that if you are Four Rivals.
Yeah, and overall, it's stellar gameplay that they've shown us from the start all the way to finish. Second place has been the curse for Four Rivals. They are just waiting for that chicken dinner. But then again, of course, we'll see whether if they can actually back one on the final game. So we'll be right back after a short break. So see you then.
Binabalik ang iyong nakikita na nga namin. The 50 ay damage na by RSG Rex. Tuloy mo pa.
Meron pang 5. Pero Mika OP, alam na alam kung nasan si Iftar. Ba't ka nagpapanggap na bato? Ikaw pa yan na. Huwag lang mananakdown, HYVE. Take care. Kanina pa kayo bumabaril. Siguro konti na lang, pero si Mika OP ay bumaba na nga, mga kaibigan. Kasi na gumagalaw na ang blue zone. 1 courtesy of Snipe. And right now, boom!
Now, paano kayo makakapagkap ng isang ating mga Geek Fam? Mantikpang at harapan na nga ito, ulo to ulo, head to head. Sino kaya ang magwawagi sa ating Geek Fam at sa SMG? But yun na nga, HomeBois, paripan to
speed awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
Welcome back once again, and we are down to our very final game here on day one of week 3 in 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. My name's Contra, this is Keith, and we are ready to find out who actually is going to maintain that number one spot, because now Team Bosskurr with 2 Chickeners, they are up ahead against Geek Fam.
Yeah, but first, before we elaborate on the story that we have at hand, let's take a look at some of the elimination and damage contributed in that match alone. Here, Bosskurr with 9 kills, 1,784 damage dished out, but it is 4 rivals who comes out the kings of Miramar. 13 elimination, 2,000 over damage, and here is the most contributing by a single individual. It is Tabah NSEA's Flax OP, who got the great shot onto Bosskurr, but made a questionable move to push downwards with the car and get shot down by the likes of Voki from 4 rivals himself.
Yeah, Voki had that sick jump shot that he have definitely shown us overall, and now it's going to be Group C that will not be playing for this time around. So no Crit VIP, Tabah NSEA, Yoodo Alliance, or even RG. Both Crit as well as Yoodo Alliance did extremely well inside Miramar, and now without their presence here, I think like it opens up a little bit more space for some of these teams to work their magic. So I wonder who's going to get the final one. So with that, are you still going to copy my predictions?
No, I never did. I never follow it. Yep, I guess we'll see right here when we do differ in the thoughts later on. But it is what it is, man. And I feel like right now the pressure's on for the 2 teams, right? Geek Fam and Bosskurr themselves. 4 matches have been played. Each team maximally could play 4 matches in a day, and both of them got 2 of their chicken dinners, which means it comes down to the last one, who's gonna get a 3-peat. But first, a brand new skin for you to look forward to. It is the Bramble Overlord set. As Contra liked to mention that it strikes fear in anyone's heart, but really, talking about hearts, he's got 5 of those all across his chest.
Not
3 on top, and then 2 more from the kneecap.
I'm not even sure if those are hearts, but then again, like, you know, like, it reminds me of Exodia a little bit. You need like each part like combined to become like an immortal spirit. Yeah, this is basically it. And even better is the brand new hypercars that's coming your way here in PUBG Mobile, where you can basically land yourselves a Koenigsegg as you can ignite the engine now, players. This is the Koenigsegg Jesko and Gamera. The brand new Koenigsegg 1 has arrived at PUBG Mobile, so it awaits you. So unlock it right now, because you know you wanna get a girlfriend through the game, maybe.
Own one of these. Hey, I'm flexing. I must be made of money. You gotta get on with my level and
just like in real life, right?
Yeah, but the only downside is that could be a guy using a girl avatar in game, and you might be a victim of that one. But talking about things that are more exciting than being catfish, it is the new Axe suit that's coming soon. All right, make sure you're followed on all PUBG Mobile platforms to find out more about it, because right now this is nothing but a teaser. No one knows what the suit actually looks like. The ones right there in the middle, the kingpin or the pharaoh itself, I don't really think that's the skin, because it doesn't make sense to have a teaser if it's right there.
Well, it's far for a reason. You can't really see some of these sets out there, but I spot 3, meaning to say there's a lot of options out there, so make sure you guys play on and enjoy your ancient secret journeys. So now, one final guess. I don't think you're going to copy me this time, though.
No,
I don't think so.
You know what I'm voted for because
I don't know.
I always reserve a Miramar map for this team, I think.
You reserve a Miramar map?
Mirror
for one
map.
team. Okay. Producers, unfold it to us, please. What is Key's prediction? 4 rivals. Okay.
I knew they were going to get one from Miramar. It just so happened to be this, the previous one.
I think it's going to be HYVE International. Like you saw in the circles, most of them not are going over the northern side. And they can come up with an edge. Early on, honestly, if they didn't move further into the outskirts of the map, then I believe they actually stand so much of a better chance to try to fight for the middle grounds.
I mean, they can try. I mean, HYVE, obviously, I want to be on your hype train, man. I know you're like super optimistic as a person. And truth be told, they did show some sort of life, some promises coming in week number 2. But I got to be a realist. And I think the trend seems to go against HYVE International right now. Obviously, I can be wrong because I'm judging based on statistics. And
I just want to see them do well at the very least because last week we saw fighting spirit coming out of the team and they managed to at least push into a respectable run so that they walk away with enough points. They just didn't manage to get their game going inside of Livik.
Yeah.
But then again, nothing too much have changed for those bonus points, I would say. But at least they are not down in the rut because one more good week, we can see the Filipino representatives potentially moving into the grand final.
It's a far stretch, a tall order, but possible still.
I would say tall order.
It's a tall order. Even if they get number 1 this week, there's no guarantee because then they'll get 20
like a
plus.
Fenty order.
I didn't see that one coming. I'm going to throw all my train of thoughts out of the window because I thought you were being serious.
Man, you're throwing the Mugen train out of the window? That's rough.
I'm done.
Yep. I'm done too. But we're not done just yet for the night because we got a final game coming your way. Week 3, day 1, match 5 out of 5. And this is time for us to hop right into our last map in the Desert Dunes. Yoodo 1 in Miramar. Here we go.
Nothing like a very warm afternoon with the smell of salt and sand up in the breeze here. Smells like paradise. I guess hell to some of these players. They have to fight each other just to get a chicken dinner. So I guess we count ourselves more entitled than not.
It's funny how, both of these, there's a lot of materials that can be found over on the beach where, I don't know, like there's way that some people mine salt. And there's also...
Some mine salt.
Some people do.
You farm salt.
Farm it?
I don't know. They call it.
What, do they grow by itself?
No, you just take seawater, you
exactly
pour it out and evaporate the water, leave the salt.
And then you got the sands on the beach, which you could turn into plastic.
Glass. No.
Actually. Yeah, silica. Anyways, enough of basic science lessons, which I even butcher. So let's go into the map. We are flying towards the direction of La Rienda. So majority of the players should be able to drop where they need to be. With something that's a little bit more central, I think like teams here are probably more well-versed on what exactly to do than to have a little bit of early game struggle. MUGEN though, they're no longer inside of Picado, but they're taking the stretch of the highway here. Going right back into the first circle, as it's going to be very focused on La Bandita. If RG's playing this game, they're going to be happy about it.
Well,
unfortunately
they're not. Unfortunately, I said thankfully. Anyways, what I want to see MUGEN is to go up against Team HYVE. They've always had this qualm, this beef that needs to be settled for weeks at a time now, and it's always greeted with a celebratory gunfire at the end. Right now, they're right next to each other again. You might as well just take your pick. You know, go for luck.
Go for luck. So MUGEN now currently performing much better than a few teams under their current situation. Team SMG, Farang Guerilla, HYVE International, as well as HomeBois. So some of the teams haven't been able to break free. And whereas Zali walking around, funny enough, first you can hear the footsteps from there. From a significant distance.
Oh my god,
but the rest of MUGEN has been called right in. Dial 999 and they will arrive to the picture. And man, that's a little bit of flip going on.
But they have to push right now. His members, the friends, they're coming in as well. They have to take this one member out before the members arrive from Team Hawk. They're trailing on foot, so that's going to buy them some time. It's a 3v1 situation. Zali runs onto the outside, tries to jump on the generator, playing on the backside though. Ooh, nice 360 turn. Catches him where he thought he was not expected the most, and that will be members down. But Team Hawk, they're not letting this one go. Straight spray coming in from the outside, and that was it. The message has been sent. They're booking a ticket out of there.
Man, no more box spraying from here on, huh? Team Hawk, first time running away from a fight. Usually they're the rowdy ones who gate crash into the scene, but they lost their captain, so it does make sense that it's hard for them to infiltrate that building because it's a 2 versus 4 essentially. So Axis right one now brings back Kachang Susu after subbing him out of that sanhok match. I mean, right after sanhok. Yeah, we'll expect him to at least come in with some long shots here with a very different approach of play. Malix now steps into play.
All these subs coming in from the last minute here. Farang Guerilla probably could use that breather.
I could use a subway. I know, I'm a fatty.
Whoa. Isn't that...
it's like supper time already, right?
Isn't that going against what that franchise is standing up for? A healthier life?
Well, you can still have chicken and sandwiches.
You can't even have Yoodo. That's still up for grabs. As you can see, the QR code's right on the screen.
Yeah, that's for free.
Yeah. Take that one instead. Don't do...
Take that data, the extra data, and order yourself a chicken dinner. How's that?
But then you're gonna have to pay for the chicken dinner. It doesn't make things free anymore.
Nobody said food was ever free. I mean, we're not really in places where you could just simply open up dumpsters and there's like fresh food in there.
Yeah, because it's dumpsters. It'll never be fresh food. You'll
be surprised in America that a lot of people just wait for grocery stores to throw them out.
Yeah, that's not fresh now, is it?
But it's still edible.
I don't know, man. Dumpster diving sounds a bit of a hippie trend to me. You're not something you probably want to do. It's not something Sam9 want to do. You don't want to get the scraps, too. You want to be the aggressors. Get the points for yourselves.
But the team that really needs those points back in is Genexus. Because if they want to be in contention of the race, they have to close off this round. In order to maybe tie things up against Geek Fam.
I just had a thought.
What's that?
The 2 chicken dinners with like half the amount of kills for Geek Fam? Does that mean that they have bypassed Genexus in the PMGC points?
Not exactly, because you see Genexus now has 31 points today. So
negate it.
They would still have maybe a gap of, 30 over points, perhaps.
Last I checked, it was about
50?
30 points difference.
Okay.
Yeah, the 50 was, I said, to be safely ahead of Genexus.
That leaves about 9 more points. Food for thought.
The gap has been closing. The chase is on. So Genexus can't afford to lose more games here or drop more games without like ridiculous amount of kills.
Yeah, then we'll have to find a way to fight. But this circle here isn't really the easiest for them to play out as well. They have started to move out of Monte Nivo, taking a little bit of a close checkpoint. DBD still looking upon those hills. And I don't think that Genexus will be challenged just yet.
Meanwhile, it is M9 who will challenge the likes of MUGEN. Oh, they've got a bone to pick here. MUGEN wiped M9 in sanhok once, and now M9 has got guns, eyes towards them. Can they actually transpire into a full takedown, though? That's a question for another day. But MUGEN, they're in tight formation, and Genexus crosses by DBD down on the low ground.
DBD now sending more members up to the high ground again, as they are trying to find those angles by the outskirts of Chumachera, where they just left off. Cowboy can do some parkour, but I don't think he can do that in real life.
Why not? Never given it a try.
I think he'll end up just like my feet. Oh my goodness. Now Funky's on his knees. That was one hard shot straight to the head. Immediately you see the helmet has been popped. Or did he even have one to begin with? So
probably not.
Gonna be them being held back to loot up another helmet. Haven't seen little Godzilla for a bit. Hey, you.
Oh, meanwhile, Nasty goes in again. If anyone's going to do it for MUGEN, it's always been Nasty with the entry.
Oh.
And right now, he won that 50-50. He spot eyes on Echo as well, so he's not going to be caught up off guard. Zeeks to fall on with. Echo has got eyes. Will spray the fire. Gets a little bit of chip damage here, but DBD looks like they must respond to the calls of MUGEN.
MUGEN really launching some heavy attacks in this early game, already securing tree for themselves and still have all four standing. MUGEN might not actually give way after all on this warehouse, knowing that Yen's going to be inside all alone. So he's going to do exactly the same thing as what they did to Zolly. Circle now moving deeper into the Graveyard Bandita Leonis sector.
Ooh.
And Virgil gets pinned down instead. Quick refrag coming in. Oh, another nade. This could buy time. And time is all they need, but he turned his back. They were on the other side on the front door instead. They didn't even ring the bell. But somehow, MUGEN all stays alive, except for one member. That's already 4 frags. Starting off so strong. And man, are you back on the hype train or what? MUGEN could potentially be a team that we can see in the grand finals.
I really want to, man. I feel like they've wasted the whole first week playing it passive, and to be honest, 70% of their week 2 as well. It was towards the end where they started playing superly aggressive. And look at that. They've wiped off a number of teams, M9 being one of them, and now Genexus challenging, knocking on their doors. Can they find their way out of this one as well?
Oh, nicely primed right towards the members of MUGEN. Another one dropping in is Bosskurr. Tries to open the door. Sets up a little smoke. Good defensive system coming in from MUGEN. Trying to hold this out. Still entirely doable with 3 members inside the same shack. But now with more and more deathlights being thrown right in, they're starting to feel the pressure already.
Oh, jump shot.
Oh boy.
Oh my. Do you have an idea?
Close enough.
Corridor bombs. But the Molotov will prevent Genexus from actually pushing in. Bosskurr, Bubu as well. They don't have eyes on the insides thanks to all that smoke, so they're not going to try and push overly committed as well. Baloyu is trying to find an entry somehow, somewhat another. Bubu runs in straight away. The burn, though, from the Molotov, taking a hefty amount of damage. And MUGEN will remain once again stagnant. Stalemate is this setup.
My goodness me. Such a good defense system being displayed by the Singaporean side. MUGEN now cooking grenades of their own, trying to block the front door, blasted it out of the way. That also leaves the Genexus here storming into this parade, trying to clear it all out. They did get one knock. Can they get another one though? Not just quite yet. But then again, they've already run up high. Nasty's the final member remaining. Damage being done to the rest of Genexus. As long as he clips this nade, but he takes himself out.
Nice Mate play there, or more of the suicide coward.
They don't want to give it to Genexus.
Obviously, that's more point onto their way. I want just 1 point. But man, they could have secured at least one member of Genexus. That would have hurt more than denying that 1 point, I feel.
I would feel the same way as well. But what a respectable run coming out of MUGEN. 4 points, might have dropped out first. But how many teams have been getting launched attacks after attacks? Oh, whoa, Luyu. BB gets tagged out. Riff marking from the back. And now it's going to be a really hard exit for them. Most of their vehicles are left on the outskirts, and access rate 1 won't be giving them any sort of room to head out to. So it's a little bit of a quarantine situation going on. But then again, they will eventually have to all move into the circle. So they got to settle the score. I would say access rate 1 needs it a little bit more. But then again, Picado's left empty. There could be a fight that will be secured by the very end of it all. Meanwhile, the Genexus drives towards the back. So they will instead book for the hills than to go outwards with the rest of access rate 1 waiting on the other end, so that they could absolutely dodge this fight.
Dodge and weave, that seems to be the game plan right now for Axis, but they are pressured, playing by the edge circle, and MAB immediately pushing onto the likes of Team Bosskurr, the previous chicken dinner winner here. Spots out the car, they know that some escapes happening on, but they took down Zigzag, and our boy trying to find his way out of there. Out of the compounds he will go. Immediately alerted is the rest of the members of MAB fix their eyes towards the escape route, and well, might just even secure Zigzag, but now Bosskurr finds himself in front of HomeBois.
Just robbing to the back and immediately trying to settle things, but he drives straight into the same door. Good damage onto Tom, but ironPro is the first one that will be the casualty. HomeBois, they're not even ready for this.
Well, they should be. They're the ones who crashed onto Bosskurr. It's a fight in which they had eyes onto first. But it seems like they'll play compound right now, and the nades get tossed on forward. Will clip onto anyone, though. A lot of utilities to play around with, Bosskurr. Our boy himself has got 2 more nades. 2 more smokes to play around with. Into the... Oh, great entry there. Takes down member of HomeBois, and now HomeBois finding themselves outnumbered 2-3. He's going in for the revive.
It was Kido that was providing assistance from so far away. More than 200 meters. Here comes attacks coming in from Farang as well, trying to pick up whatever scraps that's being left off. It was a nade on top of ironPro, and now Imon secures the kill. As far burns out Tam, Bosskurr still running on this high that they had. 2 chicken dinners for today, and they're never backing down from the fight. One more member pinned down. Oh my goodness, Stone! You can't do this! I haven't even seen this weapon before. What?
Well, I guess we won't be seeing that weapon, nor will we see HomeBois, because HomeBois down and out at 16th place. But now MAB, they chase the likes of Bosskurr straight into this compound, not letting them get out of here. They're also easily. They are the Tigers after all, and man, that one, their prey, it's crucial pickings here. Our boy trades one member of MAB, coming in from the flank side. Our boy through the smokes and the windows. Popping off heads here, doing decent amount of damage, but he's one man up against the entire Pride.
My goodness me. The rest of Dingoz still pinning them by. And we saw what seems to be a DSR on the first utility here, and Aboy will be cleared out. MAB comes in as the Vultures. And then
more like the Predator here. It was their kill to begin with. They just chased it down.
Too, my friend.
They just chased it back down.
Though Vultures, like most of them are bald, then they don't look as intimidating.
Oh, whoa.
Does that mean that they're not Predators?
No, they're not. They're not.
They're not?
They're not.
Oh, maybe
they're scavengers. They're different. They eat scraps.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Then, let's see. Sem9 smack right dap in the middle of the hills. This is a huge crater to play from. Somewhere that Genexus is also familiar with. So many teams now carrying those snipers. And man, that DSR is doing so much work. Bravo! Tagging and tagging gets Iftar. Immediately securing the kill.
Ooh.
Oh,
painful knock, that one.
Thankfully, it's on the shoulders, though. If it was a headshot, that will be a goner.
Well, one of these teams is going to be a goner because Dingoz, they're going in full-fledged and immediately blows up the vehicle. Takes one member down from Farang Guerilla. Stone, despite an impressive feat right now, has got Wild Dogs to fend off against, and Geek Fam losing one member so fast.
Yeah, spots out one coming in from Dingoz. Ate receiving the brunt of damage. Well, Bravo to be able to be resuscitated. This one, Dingoz now moves back onto the wheels, try to position Dipper into the pit, or just saving their vehicle for the time being. Luyu now with the grenade. Genexus trying to score a lot more heading into this match. SMG tries to fight this one off. Dingoz right inside of the pit. Might not look all too good if they're going to stay in it. Meanwhile, Stone gets another one in the back with the DMR. A lot of headshots going on. Mini 14 lands it right through. This SMG still battling them from a distance.
Funky now has got eyes onto Maki. Members of MAB previously who comes in, taking up the remnants of the prey, but now Dingoz up against SMG, takes one with a nade onto Drax, leaving only Hin and Jenny play the rest of the map here, and I don't think that's enough firepower going on their side.
Yeah, while Dingoz tries to hold on for now. They have a widespread formation which they could still take on the rest of SMG, and Farang also chiming in. This three-way warfare has to settle the score because the blue zone's also kicking in about 40 seconds from now. And Axis Red 1 continues to trail. Oh, flashbang on top of Riff. Not going to be resulting in all too much, but Genexus now pinned down inside.
Oh, that flashbang though gave Lung the opportunity to push on front. He's onto the enemy's front line here, but he's got to be careful because Dell coming in from the top side can look to stop them in their tracks already. Xiaoboy falling on his knees, but Lung just hitting the mark here with all his sprays. Despite the cactus tree to play around with, he'll get a couple of trades here. And now Dingoz Ricky finding fights of his own.
Oh my, players are dropping like flies. 12 more teams, and we expect all these HP bars to go out eventually. And they're still not settling the score yet. Everybody's fighting outside of the blue zone. They're not even running in. They don't have time. Blue zone's closing up. So whatever vehicles that they have to get on, they have to get on fast. Farang now in the dire situation. SMG can just gate them off. Team Secret now dropping nades against 4 rivals. Each one holding a shack of their own. Eye shots will be driving right in. Might just be a flank formation coming out. Meanwhile, back through Dingoz. They find one pickup against Farang.
The question is this, where the heck is Geek Fam? They're still in this game, and now Dingoz got it onto Farang Guerilla. That could be them out. They're only leaving Stone left unturned, but now Stone's going to the back end here. Gets Dingoz. Spots a bunch of them by the shed, but no left.
Huge one.
No Stones left unturned eventually. Oh, where is Geek Fam though?
Geek Fam hasn't shown himself just yet. I believe they are in the middle of the circle right now. Now, that's one big nade coming in from Fredo. Should be able to connect some damage. But Team Secret, they also have to move. They can't afford to stay much longer. And for rivals, they will be pinned off by Izane and M249 to shut them all down.
Eliminated as 4 rivals, so unfortunate for me on that one. Got the predictions wrong, but hey, I got it right, at least to a certain degree here. You know, MAB trying to fend off the rest of Dingoz. Dingoz crippled, only one member to play. Ate is just tanking in the damage, soaking it up right now like a meat shield. It's Mel up against the rest of MAB. Him against the world, and they spot him outside. Sprays him down. That is Dingoz out. Only 3 kills, and Izane now pushing down onto Team Hawk.
Oh, he can actually get this one in the bag. Team Hawk also getting depleted. Taken out of the game as well. Izane happily strikes against members of the side of Geek Fam. Geek Fam has secured 4 for themselves. Now heading into the late game here. These 2 Titans will fend off each other, but Maki comes in with a big shot from the back. For Team Secret, only losing Kid much early in the game. Geek Fam now tries to recover from the damages that Team Secret has laid upon them. But it's at least going for a little bit of refrag, buys time back to the team.
Snipes though, that cover fire is so crucial. Just like that, Geek Fam, they can go in with the res because Team Secret just halt all sort of advancement forward. HYVE again, and that's gonna take down Izane immediately. Team Secret in that push, being half prod, half cooked, will pay the price. Salmonella it is, Team Secret held in place, only one member's left. It was raw. When they went for that push, it was raw. Not everyone was on that decision, it seems.
Some people like that raw, but then again, those are sushi, by the way. And it's not always going to offer salmonella. So, a little bit of reset going on. 5 more teams remain, 16 more players here. Team Secret with only 2 members left. The rest of the teams are relatively healthy, with an average of 3 to 4 members each. So, Snipes now trying to find a way to clear some of these smoke trails that were left behind. Somehow, SMG defended well, and Sem9, they're still pushing right through, hunting out for Team Secret. And with only 2 members, they're out for the count, leaving 4 more teams left behind.
Will Geek Fam go in with the push though? Sem9, they've got 8 kills, they have the high ground, and Geek Fam has finally drawn their way on top. Gets punished though. I believe there was Dibs who actually takes down Snipes. So they've got their fast shooter eyes being blinded for the time being, cannot shoot one direction, and confirmed into the grave it seems.
Yeah, eventually will bleed out. I don't think that Micah has any chance of getting into those picks, but at least those are information that they could easily give back, knowing that Sem9 is currently there, so they will focus their eyes on top of that hill. Meanwhile, Axis silently prowling right through. That now takes down Kachang Susu. Yoodo tries to go in for a little bit of a dive of a fight, and he does get the pick over onto Jenny's head, and Bell comes in with a wraparound, making it look all too easy. Now down to 3 teams we go.
Such a high fragging round. I think each and every one of these teams has about 7 to 8 kills already in the bag here, and only getting more. Sem9 probably 9 with the highest, and looking like they're in a better position to take on the rest of this match. Geek Fam trying to go in with a repositioning here, tries to go position himself behind Axis. Hey Noobs got soon out. Michael OP is super low, will get knocked. No, he straight away goes in with the prone. Will save himself for the time being, but Axis, they're being pressured from 2 sides right now. Sem9 from the high ground pushes in. Axis dropping like flies, only has the shed to play around with.
Yeah, not looking all too good now. Geek Fam makes their way into the top 2 situation, slowly but surely. Sem9 still very much healthy, so it's going to be a little bit of a glimpse of hope for Sem9 to close this one out with a chicken dinner, which we did predict that they would much earlier today.
Just not this match.
Not this match.
The previous one it is.
But then again, here we go. Kachang Susu trying to outlast this
nice
onslaught. And once again, knocked down inside of the shack. And now the rest of Sem9 spots out Geek Fam. They know where they are.
Micah's low though.
Sem9's got the circle.
And Micah's low, and he's prodding up a nade right now. If it's tossed on forward, if it clips, it should clip. It will. Micah again back down to the HP he was before he healed up. Finding it hard to actually go in with the push. HYVE is positioning himself, going in with the hyper-aggressive plays just to probably suppress Sem9 in the tracks, buy some time for Micah and HYVE to recon hell, because we know they are the dynamic duo. HYVE teasing a little bit with the hit.
And they're just gonna try to brute force their way through the same angles. They should hit in towards the other direction instead, but Bosskurr also marking onto that location. Now HYVE is trying to buy as much time possible so they can come in with a little bit more of a split formation to launch attacks against Sem9, all hiding by the ridges of this mountain.
Spots
and
out.
Now they're in trouble.
Whips that one though. That was a chance right there to maybe even numbers, but Micah OP repositioning himself, gets spot out in the process. Putra is there. Sharp eye coming up from Sem9. They are Tigers going up against Geeks with 4 eyes. Numbers or quality, which one matters the most here?
Crouching Tiger, hidden Geek Fam right now, having HYVE being tagged up. Oh my goodness, this might just be the end of it all. Sem9 here to sweep the floor clean. It's only down to Micah, and this would be the chicken dinner in the bag as he bleeds out to the blue zone, but still, it's Sem9 here with the chicken dinner to close off day 1 in week 3.
Cornered, got nothing to do. Geek Fam had to give a life away to deny points onto Sem9 right now, who is literally on fire. Coming in with that final chicken dinner of the day. What a way to close the evening, going up against the greats here. It is Geek Fam who has 2 chicken dinners alongside with Bosskurr, but Sem9 stopping it on their tracks to a 3P.
Wow, quite a day of PUBG Mobile we had here with a lot of interesting results overall. Now, with Sem9 taking this chicken dinner, where exactly will they be placed? Will they overtake Team Bosskurr? Will they join in the ranks of the top 3? How does this add up?
I think most likely top 3. I mean, the number of kills they got them from this one.
Geek Fam was pretty huge too.
Yeah, and so Geek Fam's already in the top 2 position. You probably bounced that one off with Bosskurr itself, right? So they're most likely going to come in top 3, or maybe even Axis themselves. But let's take a look at some of the highlights that we had.
MUGEN plays in the early game. I absolutely love it. Like we saw him, Nasty whips off that Mini 14 on close range, by the way, and he just tags because his Thompson ran out.
It's crazy how MUGEN takes fights. It actually looks super convincing. Like they should do it more often, and then they come to some sort of a team fight where they just fall in flat short, and then you're reminded, oh, that's why they don't.
Yeah, but then again, like you see, this is such a better week for MUGEN because they've been climbing, and we absolutely love seeing them pulling all those big plays out there and surprise many of these teams who think that, hey, we're veterans here and stuff like that. Remember, MUGEN players, they've been in the PMPL too.
Yeah. And that sight earlier on, that was quite of a mistake. I don't know. Maybe we didn't catch that one happen, but when Genexus tried to push high ground with the stun grenade utilization, I thought it was great. And then they just never actually gone up with the push. Members on the back end get shot down apparently. And, well, it panned out the way it did. So Genexus drift further behind from Geek Fam.
Yeah, and for Axis Rate 1, they were forced into the shack, which kind of sent them into the death trap hole, and Geek Fam closes them out, but it will still be Sem9 that dominates the entirety of the run, where we saw them picking some really interesting rotations as well. They start off from power grid, so it wasn't really that far of a distance for them to travel. Meanwhile, Geek Fam, the way they played this one out was really smart. Like you saw, even if they're back against the blue zone, they try to even push in, baiting shots, and still managing to actually land a knock or so to a member of Sem9.
Yeah, it could have been them at 3rd place, but they made it up onto the 2nd by repositioning. That was a risky play, getting into a car, repositioning themselves, and sandwiching the likes of Axis instead. And Sem9 had no choice but to take out Axis as well. And so here they are today, right now, 26 total points from this match, 11 eliminations, and a 15 ranking point. Geek Fam coming in 2nd with 10 kills of their own and a total 22 points. And Axis at 3rd with 18 points.
Yeah, and man, Sem9 just basically making a mark once again to prove themselves to be worthy to be crowned as Kings of Miramar, trying to snatch the title away from Dingoz. Whereas we see the fall of Genexus for today, not really getting into the thick of things the way that they used to. But we put that aside and we focus on the MVP of the match. It's going to be Dell.
Dell, he's pulled a couple of weights for Axis time and time again, but this time around getting the MVP. I don't believe I've seen him here before, but hey, always a pleasure to have new faces on board. 2 kills. That's something, buddy. 635 damage.
Yeah, like that's definitely something that he can be proud of for today. As we take a look at the weekly rankings, we got Geek Fam at #1 spot with 74 points. Bosskurr is still 2nd spot as they get pushed down one position. Axis Rate 1 somehow climbs forward and now matches against the rest of the top 3. Sem9 with the chicken dinner will tie things up with Crit VIP, and 39 goes over to 4 Rivals at 6, 74 DBD NC at 8th place, but Genexus still has a chance here, currently at 9.
Yeah, unfortunately for Crib VIP, it's just like, it seems like so rare since we've seen them at the second spot, which they were in just like the previous game. One game in which they sat out because it's, you know, they've hit their quota for the entire day and immediately down onto 5th. That's how competitive this scene has become. And for the likes of the rest of these teams, they have to try even harder. But MUGEN up at 16, not even dead last or the bottom 2. That's something to celebrate.
Yeah, and look at this. We have a tie between both Yuhai as well as Micah, both with 83 frags. So I guess now it's only down to the damage numbers here that separates the two. And Damroot, also from Geek Fam, is all on the record high. Just add these points up, man. Like, it's already so much that some of these teams out there kind of wish they have the same amount in terms of ranking points. Not even eliminations. Like, Geek Fam going hard on everyone.
I mean, I'd go further and say some of these teams out there wish they had those players in with them.
Yeah.
Because, man, this is where you finally realize, like, this is what a real team is, right? Like, when you switch over the composition and suddenly you went from 0 to 100 comparatively from the previous season, that's how you know it was a good move to make. And I think Geek Fam, they'll be happy to probably buy Yuhai over from Bigatron Red Alien next season.
And I do believe that Yuhai here is feeling at his best comfort level. And on top of that, like, Geek Fam, if they do get themselves into the C level, I do believe they have a chance to win. But first, we'll focus on the recap before we get to that.
Yeah, so Sam9 making quite of a rotation, although they are a team that likes to drop over in power grid, so not that far on hindsight. Plays it in the circle, in the center circle, which is very rare for Sam9 to do. They've always been known to be this team who plays it on the outskirts, slowly make their way in. But this time round, I think aggression just pays off. They occupy the high ground for the most part, sprays down onto the rest of the teams that were trying to come in. Eventually, the circle closed onto them with Team Hawk in the middle instead.
Yeah, I do believe because the circle is kind of centralized towards that area, so power grid isn't really too far off, so they don't have to play from the outskirts instead. So they understand what's the prime spot here is this hill that basically intersects Prado, Graveyard, as well as some regions of Minas Generalis. So with that said, so much angles that they could easily just cover and trade right back. It's going to give them a lot more rewards in terms of results. But then again, like you see teams like Dingoz, they were being so active on the map that they were taking on fights against Team SMG, Farang, and it was a stalemate between these three.
Yeah, it was a stalemate, but then I think Sam9 came in as a third party and sprayed them from behind. It was MAB as well, down in bottom. But this is where things turned for the worse here. Team Secret, it looked like they had a great opportunity against Geek Fam. Geek Fam was only 2 members left alive. Damroot was picking a member up and he was held guarded by Snipes alone. Took out eye shots in the back and immediately Team Secret Zane just had second thoughts and pushed it on forward.
Yeah.
That eventually turns out to a whole wipe of Team Secret.
Yeah, it was a top 5 finish for Team Secret, so it's still a great run as this is one of their best maps so far. But how this one went out is that Geek Fam took the other side, but the circle didn't allow them to play around that region. So their prediction didn't pay off overall. So with that, they push upwards into that hill and end up fighting Axis Rate 1, pick them out, and then play for position against Sam9, which was so hard to do. And the last thing we saw was Micah on the outskirts trying to deny the points. But last see that Deb has got that final frag in. So Sam9 here with a win for a huge recovery for the team. Now they're in that top 4 position. So tomorrow onwards, they could continue to storm on to see if they can eventually match up to Geek Fam like how they won today.
Yeah, you know what they say, this time round, Sam9, they have got a great start up ahead for them. Now, we do have an interview, and I believe it's with the Geek Fams themselves, so a lot of fans are waiting. Without further ado, let's head over to the interview.
And here we have Geek Fam joining us here, and please welcome Abe from the manager of the team. So it's great to finally get to speak to you, and we've already seen so many amazing things that Geek Fam can do. And I believe today you guys might have actually caught up with the PMGC points to take that #1 spot away from Genexus. How does that feel?
The feeling is great, but still, this is just the first day. We're still gonna keep our consistency, try to maintain ourselves at the top, because before this we already catch up with the points, giving we be on top before, and then all of a sudden Genexus comes their craziness with the farm kill and 97 points. So now in this week we're targeting to maintain at the top.
Maintenance is the key to victory. Okay.
It's a good start to have, right? But before we move on further, I want to know, since you're managing the team, right? I think everyone's like wondering right now, what did HYVE bring to the table when you first took him in? Because you had to loan the guy. He's not like Geek Fam, but you knew his value, and so I want to know what you saw in him that you decided to add him into the roster.
Basically, it was Damn Root's call. He knows what he wants, because last season he saw some flaws. So this season he wants to. Yeah, last season was unfortunate. So he knows what he wants. So that's what he did, and I only helped just a little, not too much, but also thanks to the management of Geek Fam. So they make this a reality, and that's how. That's why we are still on top.
All right, so with all these players coming together, that also includes Micah. Now, we last saw that they both are tied as the #1 Terminator with 83 takedowns in those matches. So other than HYVE, of course, there was also Micah, which previously was from another team as well. Was that also something that Damroot has scouted out and wanted him to join the team, or how did that went out?
Yeah, it was also Damroot's call, because we know that Mika is a very talented player. Even in the Axis, he was a really top fragger. So he saw his potential, and that's the right call to make. And when Mika's joining, the chemistry just went sky high, and everything just went as planned.
All right, I also want to ask this question directly to you, because, like, of course, there's always a certain expectation when it comes down to managing a team. Like, what is your aim, a personal aim, when it comes down to what these boys would possibly achieve? Like, how high does it go? Is it like PMGC #1, or what's the goal that's being set for yourself?
First goal is certainly going to be trying to qualify for the PMGC. That's always been the main target. Second is to qualify for C. Also, it seems like it's upside down, but still, PMGC is still #1, and we want to play in the C also, as well, because last season was unfortunate for Geek Fam, but this season we are coming to take back our throne.
Yeah,
we can clearly see.
Yeah, insanely scary. This is by far, I think, the strongest Geek Fam has ever been, at least in my time here casting in the PMPL. Now, one more question for you. If Geek Fam once again #1 for this week, is there going to be a prize for your fans? Just saying.
I won't make any promises, but that's all. If you want the prizes, then just follow us on Facebook and also on our Instagram, and just comment a lot. Maybe the management might rethink about it.
Awesome, awesome. So first, we thank you for your time here joining us. Any last words you want to send out to people cheering on Geek Fam, because you guys are really tearing up the competition? So yeah, words to all the audience out there.
I think to all the fans and to whoever is supporting Geek Fam, thank you so much. Don't worry, we hear your support, we hear your cheer. Just keep supporting us, and always dua that we will maintain our top position in the PMGC overall ranking points.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much for joining us for tonight. And of course, there's more games to happen for the week. So do take care, Abe. We'll see you soon.
Such a humble, down-to-earth guy, man. I like him on the mic. He seems very friendly. He's got that vibe going. Like Geek Fam, although they're insane Terminators coming into this league, the moment he spoke on the mic, I feel like Geek Fam's just a friend.
Just look at his smile. I mean, like with a team manager like this who's so level-headed, like even if you're having a bad game, this guy walks in, smile and say it's gonna be all right. You know it's gonna be all right. So love the vibes, and I love that he also prioritized, like say, we don't even set Z as our #1 priority. Is PMPC is the priority here. So they can dream as big as they want, and I mean, we know they can do it.
It's always the right strategy to look at a bigger picture, because then you're striving for that, right? Whatever happens in between, it's not going to be so much so of a deterrent. But that will be the end of the day here. Great stuff coming out. 2 chicken dinners for Geek Fam, 2 more for Bosskurr, 1 from Sam9. Tomorrow we've got 5 more sets of games to play. Who's going to come out on fire then? I guess you'll have to wait, well, about 24 hours from now. And this is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. This is Contra. You follow him on his socials, find out why he's walking with crutches. And my name is Keith. I still have 2 legs. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow, 6 p.m. Bye-bye.
I have 3.
Whoa.